nervous on the surface, I look fine. My brain feels heavy, my traumatized mind. And I'm so tired, I can't feel my eyes. Whoa, whoa. I'm petty, but I know how to lie. I feel feelings that I can't describe. I'm not breathing, but I'm still alive. Whoa, whoa. But I think I'll be alright, 'cause I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up yet. I feel that it's my time, so I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. So I'ma give it everything, I'ma give it everything I got. I'ma give it everything, I'ma give it everything I got. Still have hope. So many days have passed. I wait around for things to change, but change has not come fast. I'm asking all the questions, but then I question them. Like, what's the point of living, existing when you can't see your God in flesh? I'm looking for the answers, they say to pray instead. I think I'll find them one day, but with a helping hand. I know that it's not easy, but I believe I will. Yeah, I'll get over all my fears and really conquer everything. I think I'll be alright, 'cause I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up yet. I feel that it's my time, so I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. So I'ma give it everything, I'ma give it everything I
one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I just my dance. Everything's scattered. Right? Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. That's me now. Without the slackness, active style and pattern, that's how I said. Active. Active. One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When I step out, those face get active. 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 Now. Clocks on the east side, bad bitch on each side. Big splits chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out the peace line. Freestyle now, millions each line. Too cool, when I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. We bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. Put out the slackness, active style and pattern, that's how man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When we step out, those days get active. 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 Active.
Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no take backs. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish and critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't want that. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't want ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just That's just karma. Don't play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party, rape the demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, but I'm the one bleeding. You're the one who's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn you, this might hurt. That's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback.
just a joke, just a joke. Shivers my spine so well. Swimming in the river stinks too much. You try to let go of us, but the truth is what you really want us. My darling, in fire. My darling, rose in fire. You're a liar. You say, my darling, rose in fire. In fire. You say, my darling, rose in fire. You're a liar. Shivers my spine so cold, so swimming in the rivers, swimming in the rivers. I'm trying to let go of us, but you know that you really want
Hello, it's been a long, long time. Can't get you off my tired mind. Shadow, let the tape rewind and finally ease my anxious eyes. Oh no, I feel you creeping in, my body bleeding sin. I'm drowning. Heaven, can you save me now from these thoughts inside my head? God, you are the devil, running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not at this spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You cannot be anymore. Oh my God, you are the shadow. Will you hold my hand when my demons come to take me? Gallows tried to kill the soul that I fought so hard to save. Hallowed by my love for you, always stop me going under. Follow every step I take, 'cause our walls are coming down. God, you are the devil, running through my mind. I can't get on your level. I swear to God I tried. I am not at this spell. Turn around and turn ahead. You cannot be anymore. Oh my God, you are the stuck in the back of my head and I'm dead. I got the devil inside me and everything that I'm seeing is red. Vision's blurry, I'm in a hurry, my skin is starting to shed quick. Call up a doctor, swallow some pills, maybe I'll wake up a bill. I'm a disaster, can't move faster, honey, I'm over the edge. No funny stopping me, I'm not your property, gotta take care of that ledge. My friends are dead, I'm losing my head, I gotta get off of these meds. I am unstable, willing and able, give you this body to pledge. Oh my God, you are the devil. Oh my God, you are the devil.
Best to give me your loyalty. Best to give me your loyalty. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. Cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. calling me royalty.
I could be the one you talk to when you're feeling down. I could be the one you run to when the moon is kiss the ground. I can say what I'm feeling, but the words just don't come out. If you ever feel lonely, girl, just know I'll come around. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces. Baby, I'ma be there through the rough parts of it all. Holding your hand, fighting for the things that we want. Be the rock you lean on with you by my side. Baby, when we fall, together we'll rise. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces. Show me you mean it tonight.
in the city, rushing
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome back, everybody, to Arena Esports, powered by Etisalat, by E, and strategic partner AD Gaming, broadcast partner Playtonia. But with that said, my name is Edu. I'm joined by the wonderful Time to Light, and we got a monthly finals going on in PUBG today.
We do indeed. Another 4 teams headed to playoffs, another singular team headed to the grand finals, and 5 games of PUBG Mobile ahead of us. I gotta say, I'm excited. I'm also interested to see how Sanhok goes. Again, the map we only play once. It's the only singular entity map here in our best of 5 series. And Edu, I gotta say, I'm excited. I'm also a little concerned for a couple of these teams, but we'll maybe get into that down the line.
Yeah, I'm Not concerned yet up until we look at the first game here. Obviously, it is going to be a best of 5 here, as you were talking about, with only one map being Sandhawk. Having only that one time you get to play on it, it's do or die, really. And that, I would assume, is in the middle of the play session. So if you don't use that as the launching point, you might not have a great substantial second half. Now, this, of course, being PUBG Mobile, it's really going to be down to positioning and hoping that you don't get hot dropped and dropped. That's a thing that happens often in PUBG. But we were talking behind the scenes a little bit about who we know battled their way through the qualifiers to get to this point. We saw many teams make sure that they had quite a decent run. Some teams more inconsistent than others. Now, you had some stats here, and I know that some teams had your eye on from last week in the way that they skated on through. But, what can we be expecting in our monthly finals here?
One thing you can really expect is amazing shooting. That's from everybody. One thing that I've noticed in PUBG Mobile is that they shoot better than I do in PUBG, period. Whether it's on
Yeah.
Xbox or on PC, they're just objectively better than I am, and it's kind of scary that they only do it with their thumbs. So, something to keep in mind if you aren't a usual PUBG Mobile watcher, they shoot better than you do, most likely. 350 being an Arena Esports points, the monetary value adding up to $1,500. You can see where we are at the bottom of your screen. This is our last monthly finals. This is the last closed opportunity for all of these teams. We sent 8 teams here for the Invitational Qualifier on broadcast a couple weeks ago, and 8 more teams here for the Open Qualifier, which was not broadcasted. From here, we will send 1 team directly to the Grand Finals to join Falcons, White, and a couple others, and 4 teams to the playoffs, of which they'll be joined by 16 teams from the Last Chance qualifier and 12 other teams from the remaining monthly qualifiers we've had already.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty large game. The playoffs, 32 teams. It's very rare that you actually get to see a tournament style of PUBG actually bring that many teams together for just a playoff. So I'm excited to see when that goes through. But as we are looking at our overall schedule, we are going to be starting off on Erangel now, or Erangel. And it is one of those maps that I think it really comes down to where you land. It's very scarce in high density loot locations. So looking at people going there, it's more difficult to get fully kitted on that map, in my opinion, than it is on a map like Miramar, where everything is pretty much evenly pasted across that desert. But, looking at those maps, what are your expectations as we kind of dipped in with those? But, point system as well. This is how you're going to be getting points.
I would say your points are as per standard. First place gets 10, and then it's descending 1 per until 7th and 8th place, which you'll get 1 singular point from 6th, 5th, or from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th. If you place in the bottom half, you don't get any, and if you get a kill, you get 1. You do have to finish the kill, so if one team downs a player and a different team finishes the player, the team who finished the player does get the kill. It's not like when you're playing in your ranked games, when your teammate steals your kill, then you still get the kill point. Not how it works. The one thing I did want to bring up is we do not have the same schedule we did last monthly qualifier. It is Erangel 1st and 4th, not 1st and last. So Miramar will be played 2nd and last.
Okay, all right. Looking at Miramar, usually that's a map where I see kills mattering more than placements, as it's an open map and you don't get that much coverage to work with. And that's when you see teams that just go for a stroll, is how I like to define it. They will gather gear as quickly as possible, and then it's other people's gear that's going to keep them surviving for the rest of the game. So I'm really excited for games 2 and 4. Obviously, it's not a best of 5. It is 5 games, so we're not going to have to worry about not being able to see any of these maps, which for me, someone who's so used to best ofs, it's really nice to have that refreshment. But looking at the teams we have here, starting off, we got NIGMA Galaxy, then Clear Vision Knights team, not to be confused with the NA team. We have our NTG Esports, ONYX Ravens, all of these players that are looking really solid in here. Now, ONYX Ravens is one team that I actually see dominate in the MENA region for Counter-Strike. Seeing them here in PUBG Mobile have a team, you can see that they're trying to branch out very large here. But, looking at these, I got to know, what are your thoughts regarding these teams?
Well, the starting thoughts are the top 8, which are from left to right and top to bottom, everybody to CONQUEROR. They're teams to watch. They came from the Invitational Qualifier. They were the teams that had, I'm not going to say the easier road to get here, but the more clear-visioned road to get here, pun intended. And at this point, you're also looking at some of those squads and saying, what are their outlooks? One thing that we've seen from NIGMA Galaxy in the last couple events has been concern for longevity. I brought this up at the beginning of our last event, and I was dead on, and it was kind of scary, and I was very proud of myself. Doesn't happen very often. Had to give myself a pat on the back where it is warranted. The factor for NIGMA Galaxy was they did very well in Game 1. I said they were going to do very well in Game 1, but what happens thereafter? And for them, it was just not playing to their best, not playing to the same quality of PUBG Mobile that we're used to seeing from them. In game number 1, they picked up 22 points. It was 12 kills and 10 placement points for a winner-winner chicken dinner. It may have been 13. I don't know the exact numbers. It was like 2 weeks ago. However, after that, they picked up only 12 or 13 more points total through 3 games. That's 3 or 4 points a game. Not particularly great, especially when you consider that now it's top 5 that's required, not just top 8. And then it was a 24, 25 point threshold. Now you're probably going to get up towards 40, and that 1 game prowess can no longer allow you to skate by into the next round, which at this point would be playoffs, or if you place first, grand finals.
Yeah, and the way the point system works, going for placements really isn't worth it when you have so many other players in the lobby that you can just be farming for kills. Obviously, there's a pecking order when it comes to battle royales, and a lot of the time when you spot out a org or another team that you might just be better than, we can see that there are multiple teams that are targeting some of these players. I was casting Arena Esports, and another battle royale that came up was Free Fire, and the way that some of these teams specifically picked out the weaker teams. The poor team of Tunisia got bullied that day. They got picked off first every single time by like 2 to 3 teams. It was not fun to put yourself in their shoes. But am I going to expect that to happen in PUBG? Not really, because Free Fire is a game where it takes a lot less time to get geared up to be able to execute people. PUBG, it's a slow burn at the start. You're not going to be expecting too many first bloods the second the hot drops come through, unless it's everyone dropping at the same time. PUBG Mobile, slightly different than main game PUBG, but still it follows the fundamentals. The core of PUBG is, you gotta loot and then shoot. It's a loot shooter, but it's not going to be that ideal for these players if they can't get on the ball rolling as soon as possible. Now, I want to say, looking at some of these teams that I've recognized, I think that we're in for one heck of a game. But, my idea is that I want to see who goes to first place grand finals, because they not only go to grand finals, they also get 500 USD in prize money as well. So you get the most amount of money. You don't even have to play in an entire playoff, and you just straight up go to the main stage event, which is quite impressive, to say the least. I actually have rarely seen first place of a monthly final Q4 go straight into a grand final, skipping it's like groups to finals is insane to me, but I can't wait to see how it's going to work out.
As far as I'm aware, I think PUBG Mobile is the only game here in Arena Esports that does that. It may happen in MLBB, but I don't think so, because it's more team versus team, not team versus multiple. So that may not be the case. We'll head into our first game. This is Erangel. It will be played in maps number 1 and number 4. There are 5 maps played today. If you didn't see us earlier, it was in order: Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel, Miramar. So, something to keep in mind, we will see Erangel a second time. We will only see Sandhawk once, and Miramar will be the last map played. It's the only time this entire event that Miramar has been dead last in our pool.
And that won't actually change. A lot of these teams are very confident on that map. So, as we are seeing a lot of them already dropping out here, you can see that no one's going military base. They know that's a death trap. So the fact that we're having so many players avoid that, except for players with the team, or the team with the players, Maxi, they are spread out here. Now, once we get accustomed to what color each team is, our commentary is definitely going to improve. But looking at how this is kind of spread out, we do have these players just not really getting close to each other. They're going to fan out really well.
Am I missing something, or is there just one player going down to the far bottom left of the map? That's something I want to keep an eye on for later. There's also 3 teams all going Pachinki, interestingly enough. NIGMA Galaxy being one of them. This is one of their main drops, so it's not too surprising for them. And Radov has already picked up a DPS, seeing 2 separate players somewhat close range. This is going to be a problem for them. I wouldn't hate just disengaging and playing for the rest of their team, and that seems like it's going to be what they do. I like this decision. But the real problems for them is going to be if they run into the second team and or if they get caught out individually. We already see Clear Vision pick up, I believe, a down and a kill. First blood goes to Clear Vision. However, the rest of the team that was just dropped down still has 3 members.
So technically, Clear is winning today right now with 1 point.
Clear
But
Vision in
looking
first
at
place.
this
Let's go.
already, wow, just so fast with it. But looking at this, we actually have 2 teams really ready up close and personal here that want to just duke it out. Now, I think that what we've seen gear-wise, locking in with decent armor, most of NIGMA Galaxy has armor to want to fight this, but no real weaponry quite yet to set the pace. I think that they need to really focus up on how many nades they get. Talking about nades, a double kill nade going on in the kill feed here. So, wait, a team kill as well. Oh no, don't want to do that.
But as of right now, the team that Clear Vision was taking on was Triple Esports, and Clear Vision's dead. Clear Vision has just dropped out at dead last place. So Clear Vision was in first place. They're now dead in last. However, they're still technically in second because nobody else has points yet. So Triple Esports, the first team elimination, second in Bloods, and they only lose 1 player for their troubles. We're already down to 15 in the earlier stages of this. This is where they were. This is west side of Farm, just west of it at least. And Emad with, is that 1 kill? Yes, it is. And D7 with 3 separate frags. Pretty decent start for Triple Esports. It's going to hurt that they lost Bandar, who was a fairly decent part of their team, but if I recall correctly, Bandar is more of a secondary support kind of player in their team composition, so they won't be too upset with it. They're just not going to be happy, naturally.
Yeah, I do find that also walking away from that fight, D7M doesn't really have that much HP to work with. And, 1 well-placed sniper shot. As we talked about aim-wise, this is a game where, yes, there is aim assist that benefits you greatly, but also the fact that some of these guys, their thumbs are just built different. I mean, opposable thumbs is what makes humans humans, and we know how to use them great. So looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned for that. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to loot up some way. It's funny because their teammates do have heals that they can give them, but spreading out, looks like we're going to see them immediately dropped. Holy!
No way. And from distance, no less. Virus picking up that one. One of the teams we picked up from our open qualifier, dropping triple down to 2. And blink and you miss it. Triple Esports having some difficulties. This is not something they're unaccustomed to as well. Back in our invitational qualifier, there were multiple occasions where they picked up opening fights, they picked up opening kills, and sometimes full team wipes. And yet they were still down at 3, 2, or even 1 member. There was even an occasion where they had 1 member drop down and were lucky to survive up until the top 6. Ended up being their undoing at that point. But Clear Vision down early, Triple Esports down to 2 early, and magically we're down to 58 players in the first minute and a half or so.
Yeah, 58 players, 15 teams still remaining. So it looks like it's just been a real L taken here by Clear and by Triple. We don't see many other players matching that kind of loss yet, but these 2 players, these 2 teams, I mean, NIGMA Galaxy facing off again here, they've been staring at each other from across the rooftops for pretty much the entirety that Clear was in the game, the entirety that Triple was able to battle it out. So when are they going to start fighting each other? I think that they're taking it extra cautious. And the worst thing that you can do in PUBG when you're going like this is having and giving time for another team to show up.
Yeah, especially when you're actually fighting at the same time. Sometimes if you're just hiding behind a corner and the other team doesn't know you're there and nobody's actually shooting at one another, that's not the end of the world. But here it could start to become a problem if these teams don't start to pick up a couple kills. This is 9K on the other side of things. Messy as well. I prefer Ronaldo, but that's just me, especially considering Ronaldo now plays in a MENA league. I gotta say, maybe a little bit favored around these parts as well. However, nothing doing just yet. Radif is the only one to take damage that we can see thus far. And honestly, a whole lot of nothing's happening. They're basically just poking and prodding from distance. Nobody has direct lines of sight on anybody else. And Radif, they've thrown a nade just to do nothing, and they're still going to sit on the roof like nothing happened because nothing has happened.
Yeah, they're not looting. They're not shooting. So, and they're healing each other and just tossing all their util that they've managed to gather. They are going to really just kind of set themselves back here. They don't have the ability to, get them together. So they're banking on making sure that they can push in and get this team killed, 9K that is. And if NIGMA Galaxy doesn't start moving fast, they're going to run out of resources before they even push the fight.
I'm going to go take a nap. Let me know when they actually decide to start fighting each other. There have been even smokes thrown down, multiple by Coops, who still has 4 left over, by the way. he's a snowboarder, it seems. And at this point, it's not doing a whole lot on either side. Messi is a building away. Radif is still on top of a roof, but now with Messi nearly directly below him as he's moved up a building. And these teams still just poking and prodding. 9K doesn't seem to want to push out of any separate position they currently hold. And they have stacked up a little bit more. Even if a player directly below that now takes a decent bit more damage, and they're now forced to go prone. They'll actually be lucky if they survive this nade. If it's well thrown, it could take him out. Will the down come through? No.
No.
No, it will not.
Well, at least they're starting to shoot each other. I mean, that's an upgrade, but look at how much ammo they're walking in with. I mean, hard here. He's got nothing left, no reserves. So the second he gets into a firefight, if he does not land every single shot, or at least down one player, well, he's not going to be walking away. But it looks like we are seeing one player down, and yeah, he needs to do it, and they did. But they're still running on reserves. So they have to finish what they started. Lord needs to get fully down here. Unfortunately, this team of NIGMA Galaxy is so spread thin, they're not actually going to be able to do much to back up their teammate here. And that should just be an insta-kill.
It is. Lord will indeed be dispatched of. Hard finishes what they started, and it's hard knocks for NIGMA Galaxy, already down to 3, something, again, we've seen from them before. ONYX Ravens are in the distance. I don't think they're close enough for it to really matter, but you can see the outline of at least one member, something to keep in mind maybe for later. And with NIGMA Galaxy losing Lord, that loses that man equalization. Now a player down, they need to play a lot more conservative, and I say that as if they weren't already playing about as conservative as a team can. In the meantime, shot from distance, Knight's team loses a player, and I don't think Yasser is going to be retrieved anytime soon. They should be finished off and by a drive-by, no less. Yusufaiza find the kill around the rock. Driving quality. You got it? Okay, they'll just jump out and kill him.
There we go. And that is going to be a kill for Guts and Glory, taking out one member of Knights. Only one member. And they are split up just a little bit, but it's about what they loot here. I mean, looking at this team, who has been spending the past, 5-10 minutes actually looting, it's a dramatic difference in what equipment they have. This guy has 300 reserve ammo. You compare that to Hard, who has 6.
Yeah. And oh no,
Virus.
now Virus getting involved again. This was earlier. We saw them take down a member of Triple Esports. We've now seen RTG lose a player as well. It's starting to become a problem for teams that run into the general vicinity of Virus, because it just seems like they're participating like a virus. Take out a small part, and then don't do anything after that, after being remedied a small bit. Coops, where did they take damage from? I think it was Messi who was shooting them on the other side of the rooftop. Because of that, they had to drop off and hide. Radif is still separated from their team, though, and if Radif is found out here, that could become a lot more difficult. Nade being prepped, pin already pulled. Will it land? Yes, it will, but not for lethal damage, and that may very well be Radif's problem. They were just hit with a stun as well. They will be blind as a bat, a staring contest with the sun, and one it seems like they'll lose sitting inside of the tube. They'll actually play on the backside of it, and have helped to get a kill onto Hard. If they can make it out of here, they're safe, but they won't. They'll end up being dropped down regardless, as Messi will dispatch them shortly.
Messi's high ground advantage there was beautiful, but look at this. We are going to be seeing Virus continue their downing spree, getting another one, but that nade might be able to finish off his teammate as well, if he's not too careful.
Smoke. Okay, thank God.
Oh, okay, good. Thank God it was the smoke. If it was an actual nade, it would be a little bit rougher around the edges, but we are seeing Knights going up and grabbing more down. So we're seeing fights across the map here, and there, I believe, is a finished off player. Radif,
Yeah.
after all of those rooftop camping, finally dropped. And now only 2 players remain for NGX.
Enigma Galaxy taking damage, and 51 squad now joining the conversation. We were having this conversation earlier. It is a dangerous thing in a battle royale to get into a prolonged fight of which you don't win convincingly. And this is why. Now with Messi being downed and killed by 51 again, you're seeing both teams who were here taking damage from the third party. And there's Virus in the kill feed, just on the losing side of it this time around, as RTG actually goes to be on the beneficial side. You were talking about Guts and Glory. They're also here in the conversation, and 51 has Kevin finding a second. Hard is dispatched of, and if I'm seeing that correctly, that's down to 2. Make it even maybe 1.
No. One more. They even got Freak as well. So they've gotten 2 picks, and now they just downed Coops. So 51 came in and got 4 kills from a fight that had already cost 2 people their lives. So they just cleaned up. That's what happens. They just walked in and brought their paintbrushes and just completely covered up everything that happened.
Hey, it seems like it's working for him. Greedy for kills has lost a member or 2, so something to keep in mind for them. even Knight's team with CR7 finding a kill. I was talking about liking Cristiano Ronaldo better. Speaking of which, there are 2 separate members of this lobby named CR7. I promise you I'm not kidding. And one of them was just in the kill feed. The other one is on this 9K team. Virus will be dispatched of. They're down to just 1 member. 51. A great flank ended up working earlier. I don't think that Shot's going to survive this, though. And no, they won't. Drop down fairly quickly, as Guts and Glory even getting involved in the conversation, and a lethal conversation at that.
Wow. These guys know how to use their words wisely, but let's see if they're going to be able to continue that streak. Plaza right around the corner to make it work. Now, one thing I did want to say is, yes, Shot taken down Virus again and again, but GG, they're pretty content. They came in, they downed a player. Now they're going to rotate because they know we have to find a different angle. We don't want to get, ganked. We don't want to get flanked here. And also, the circle finally encroaching us in about 30 seconds now to get us into our next zone. But RTG taking out Virus, a team that had done such great work in the early stage of this game, now down because of RTG. And talking about RTG, it's a fan favorite. I opened up the stream just to make sure that it was on another monitor to give my support over to Arena Esports, and it is flooded with RTG fans. Like, I would say 50 or so people spamming RTG. So if there is a fan favorite, it is definitely this team.
Yeah, that's been the case for most of Arena thus far this season, whether it's with PUBG Mobile or any other title that I've seemed to see on the streams. I think I was even logged in for Free Fire. Their nade from a distance. Cristiano Ronaldo dispatched of. That may very well be it. It is. Tango finds an explosion under DeBoer. I think it was a vehicle explosion that killed him. And just like that, 12th place and gone is 9K. They find 1 kill onto NIGMA Galaxy, and directly thereafter, they find nothing more. Especially because the down they found under Radif was actually finished off by 51. So it doesn't matter. And that's a disappointing finish for a team that was involved in a 30-minute fight, it seemed.
Yeah, and talking about vehicular explosions, we see Knights getting gunned down here by H2, and they're going to keep that going. Now, Knights team kind of in a pinch. But wait a minute, RTG is getting down by DDD, might be able to find some more, but everybody's kind of just working their way around. But unfortunately, we're seeing only 10 teams remaining here. So the final team to fall is the last team that will not be getting any placement points.
Yeah, at least the next 2, it seems. It's also interesting.
Yeah, 9th or 16th.
Involved in 2 separate fights here. The player you see at the bottom left of your screen is currently tucked into the shelter. Not above it, not very close to fighting here with Crazy. They are tucked into the shelter, so something there to keep in mind. And something else that's been a little interesting to me is that some teams have seemed to be involved in so many different fights. RTG that I brought up earlier, RTG just left in 11th place. Because they had their last member down because they took like 19 separate fights all at different times and all lost separate members at separate points. It's something that's starting to become more of a factor for some of these squads, where if they get into more than enough that they can chew, they bite off more than they can chew, then it starts to come back to bite them. 51 doesn't seem like it's going to be the same case for them, as Kevin will start to have some help and they find a very unoccupied compound inside the zone. They're happy to be here.
Yeah, and also, I think that 51 is currently the kill leader. Overall, they're sitting at 7 eliminations for everybody. And that's just from going and cleaning up. And I think that's what they're doing. They're listening to their map, and they're like, okay, where's another fight? If they can jump in on another fight, even though they're down a player, they have advantage because all of the damage is being dealt by other people and not being that rat, being able to just pick them up and take them down there. And now this team, this is actually the same team that we're looking at right now, DDD. This is the same players that eliminated RTG, but you can see how expensive that fight was with only 1 player still standing.
At D7M, ironically enough, the one who was the lowest HP after their first fight is also the only HP as it stands. This is a problem for TRIPLR Esports. That's something that is uncommon for them. So clutch scenario is something they're familiar with. Maybe it helps them in the long run. But it's going to become a factor down the line. They're not going to be able to get involved in as many fights as they would like. And now with 51, they're in the middle of multiple different teams to the point where they've just been down to the same point. And problems starting to develop for a lot of these teams. The team we're currently watching is CONQUEROR Iraq. So maybe keep that in mind. The QX is CONQUEROR Iraq. But 51 has a player down RD from a distance, they've just lost buzzer. There's no way you make it back to the compound. You'll be dispatched of, and yeah, there's CONQUEROR picking up 2 kill points now is their total.
Yeah, and 2 kills for the price of none. No one on their team has even taken a lick of damage. They've just been sniping beautifully, and that's where the aim comes through. But look at these players coming through in that kill feed. They managed to get some players downed, another down here, and they should be able to keep that moving. Now, I will say, this angle is being unpunished. CONQUEROR is just grabbing people over and over, and finally, someone is returning the firefight.
It took him a little while, but it's good enough, I suppose. And at this point, Red Death is the team that we saw earlier lose that member out in the open to CONQUEROR. So RD is Red Death. Some of these abbreviations will pick up as the day goes on, and maybe teams who you are unfamiliar with will find out just the same. A lot of these teams, like we said, coming from the open qualifier. Some of these not being on broadcast here before, some of them not being on broadcast anywhere before. So some of these new faces will learn as you do, I promise. However, the odd position is how close a lot of these teams are on the north side of the map. And CONQUEROR, I think, in the middle of most of them. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colors around them, all within 200-300 meters.
Yeah, this is where they're kind of just focusing up. Now, it looks like that's going to be CONQUEROR, but taking the damage. What a shot. I believe that's 51, keeping it moving with another clean pick down. But there's only 2 members of 51 remaining here. So they're going to have to work up against a team that hasn't really been punished quite yet. They are loaded to the gills with great armor, so they can pretty much survive most fights for quite a little bit of sustain there. Now, looking at some other teams, we still have only 10 teams remaining, so we're dwindling on how many players are in each team. But CONQUEROR walking here with 4 still standing is probably the best off team so far.
Yeah, and with 27 remaining, you're averaging, for all you non-mathematicians out there, 2.7 players per team, or give or take 2 or 3. And some of them being down at 1, like TRIPLR Esports. Some of them being all the way up at 4, also here, like GG. This is odd for some of these squads who will end up having to move. As the 5th stage of the circle starts to close in about 30 seconds, we are still at 10 teams somehow. Usually at this point, we're down to about 7, and that's not the case, especially with everybody having a vehicle. It seems like it's helping more teams than it's hurting.
Yeah, well, let's see what is going to be able to break through the mold. KG now getting into a little bit of a firefight. It's just up to Kevin here to try to battle it out with his teammate. They're bunkered up in this bunker. It makes sense to do so, but I don't know. Wait, they even have a vehicle here for an additional point in coverage. I like that play, but, you know, one misplaced nade and that vehicle can become a real fire hazard soon. So, you know, hopefully Kevin's going to be able to work it out. But here's GG, who hasn't really had many issues so far. They've been just sitting on top of these hills and picking them one at a time. And I like that from them. They've really just spread themselves thin and kept it going. So looking at these players, we're going to see 51 continue the firefight, but how are they still doing it?
Starting to lose more members. There's that explosion. You were talking about cars becoming a factor. It becomes an eliminating factor, the Achilles heel of ONYX, and multiple kill points now built up once more for 51. They're now up to 11 as it stands, and they're building up more and more as this game continues. We're down to 9 teams, and one king unfortunately caught out. That car could have been transportation, ends up being just that, maybe to a different dimension.
There were 2 players left on this team, and they have managed to double the amount of kills their overall team has had. Yeah. Just because Kevin got that car kill. That was an entire squad wipe from one vehicle explosion. So I like what we're seeing from Team 51, but I think that they are now the main topic of focus. They're in the dead center of Stage 5's ring. So you're going to have to like be a little concerned because people are all around you, which for them in this coverage that they have, that might be a good thing. They're taking full advantage over everybody now being in their line of sight.
I like this rotation as well. What this does is it gives you nothing on the backside that you have to be concerned about. It can allow you to force forward or face forward as much as you please. TRIPLR Esports, unfortunately, will exit out in 9th place. The last team without placement points is also a team who was involved in early gunfights. Knight's team going for a drop here. Ballsy, and you can see exactly why. D7 ends up losing their life for possible better loot. And what is ever so enticing is also just that much more risky. A loss that Knight's team may not be able to recover from so easily.
Yeah, I don't think they finished him off, though. He's still on the ground, so if they wanted to, they could try to pick him up, but I think they're going to cut their losses here. But as now we're getting into our next stage, this is not going to be easy. We have Ring kind of scaring out. GG, they're stuck here, and that Ring is going to force them immediately out of this area if they don't start moving fast. Like a 40 seconds to work it around. You do still have Conqueror Rock sitting in the same compound they've been just chilling in, getting those picks up. But Knight, I think, is going to be trying to fall on them anyways. But so far, GG lost one player, and that's Memories. But I think QX, I think Conqueror Rock is still sitting at all 4.
They should be okay. And honestly, with this momentum for a couple of these teams, them, Red Death, albeit Red Death hasn't really been involved in a lot of gunfights thus far. And I was going to say 51, but they've just lost another member. So it's starting to become a problem for a couple of these teams. R9 even becoming involved in this conversation, or becoming involved in the conversation. ONYX Ravens in the same fight. They've actually found a finish onto ONYX Ravens. And just like that, 5 different teams all fighting at about the same time. Kevin's looking for a finish if he can find the shots he's looking for, but inside of the blue zone is not the most easy thing to do. One more shot should just about do it if they don't die to the play zone. Albeit, if players do die to the play zone, but you found the down, you will still get credit for the kill. But if ONYX Ravens steal your down, maybe not the case. That's a feels bad man for Kevin, who wanted that kill point.
I just find it hilarious that this team of 51 is just 2 people. And they still have been just chill. Actually, it's 1 person. Idols is down. So Kevin, the only player left, has just been sitting just here with 0 people punishing him for it. And that's why his team's got 11 kills, 7 just for Kevin. Kevin can get placement points to really rocket through. And look at that. I think GG just ran immediately past them and get punished because they're in the open.
Oh, I like this play from Kevin, actually. Because he's only down to 1 member, he's actually going to play for more placement points than kills at this point, unless he can find players to finish off. He's got a decent bit of smokes around him because of all the downed and finished players. The Knights are down to just CR7, not CR7, who's a member of 9K, but unfortunately, Knights' team will be dropped just the same, and just like that, Red Death are down. Knights' team are down. We're down to just 4. Conqueror Iraq still in that conversation, and they're back up to all 4 members. Everybody alive. We have 10 players total left over, and of those 4 teams, Conqueror Iraq possesses 4 of those 10 living players. R9 has 3 of them, and 51 has just been dispatched of. We're down to 3 teams.
I mean, 51's happy, but we got the 4th place with 11 elims. They are walking away with a ton of points, but look at that. Conqueror Rock punishing GG for pushing up into their home, and they might just keep that punishment going, and it looks like they will. But no, GG manages to finish off. Conka's down, and that's massive. Being able to stop these players right in their tracks. Now, we talked about how they had 4 for so long, but GG's is down, and it's only 1 player remaining, and they have to try to stay alive at the top of this building. Upstairs, let's see if they're going to be up for the challenge.
I don't know if Ezreal actually goes for this. The problem is you don't know where the remaining team is. You have a general idea and an inkling of it, but you don't have that same confirmation that you're really looking for. Knight will be finished off. Then Nade actually ends up finding Huzaiva as well. That's the finish. It's now that 3 versus 3. Because Conqueror Iraq lost that player earlier, it is the true 3v3. We're in an even keel with 2 teams remaining, but it's Conqueror Iraq with 8 team eliminations, and they're looking clean as ever, with high ground and positional advantage as this zone will close soon.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for either team. I will say, though, Conqueror Rock has definitely been more involved in the firefights, and with all of the dead bodies around them, they are geared to the teeth right here. This is where you're going to be seeing R9, who's been taking a very passive approach. I mean, Roshan here doesn't even have head armor. Does not focus on much on picking up and upgrading what they have. Their team, Roshan 2 kills, but they are going to be down now. Senior, so 2v3 to try to work it around, and unfortunately there's no chance that they can pick it back up. But I think R9 is going to just rely on the circle to scare QZ out of the compound they've been in for the past 10 minutes here. So I like the play that they have going on. They know that eventually they might have the circle in their favor, but with Senior down, they're down a whole lot, and just keep giving points over if they can't start getting some picks of their own.
Oh, I like this. Going for the Dacia. Crazy's going for the drive-bys. With the Dacia, he's got the aim for it. He finds the buggy, but doesn't actually find a player. And in doing so, goes right by 2 different members, but it's going to end up working for him. He'll get down to the process, though. And with Ezreal back into a car, it becomes a 2 versus 1. R9 has downed Vaz. However, they still have Roshan alive. A nade trying to at least finish off Vaz before this happens. They should have the information as to where Roshan is. They haven't gone for the living player. They're only trying to finish off he who is already down. That's exactly what's already happened. But in the meantime, a return nade from Roshan. It becomes a Rom in a 1 versus 1. And Conquer Iraq, your advantages have gone. Your positional, your player, even your situational have all exited stage left. And it becomes the true 1v1. Roshan up to full HP. Aram at the same notion, but Aram has a wall. That's the only advantage he currently possesses. As soon as he has to make that jump, in just 30 seconds time, he'll be out in the open, and a sitting duck to Roshan.
Yeah, Roshan has full control over the next circle here, but with 30 seconds on the clock, it all comes down to timing. But Roshan doesn't have much to work with, no armor, so one well-placed shot on this guy's head, and they're gone. But I don't think Roshan cares. Dude's been a glass cannon this game, 4 kills to his name, carrying his team right here, and spots out a player right in the open, but cannot seem to track him through the tall grass. But might be able, and yeah, Roshan clutches the round for their team, barely any gear to his name, but says, I don't need it, I got aim.
I cannot believe that R9 are able to escape with that game as well. You have R9 getting first place after barely being involved in any fights. Conquer Iraq being in the center of quite literally everything, to the point where their compound was the last one of all that existed to be in the zone before it finally closed. And Aram ended up falling because of the third-person perspective diff, alongside the advantage of minor amounts of aim assist. That ends up being the difference maker here in our first game of play, and I can't believe it. I honestly can't. R9 seemed to have every disadvantage possible. Honestly, Conquer Iraq got a little overconfident. They forced themselves out of positions. They really got out of the compound earlier than they needed to. If they waited, maybe they would have died to prone players later, but honestly, putting yourself in that position to start with is insane, and the fact that R9 escaped with the game victory, that's the shocking.
Yeah, R9 walked away from that after having a very mild game. I mean, they were pretty much just allowing everyone to do the fighting for them and going for placements. Yes, that they succeed in getting a decent amount of kills after they cleaned up the final team, but I still believe that the most amount of points is going to be going over to Conqueror Iraq regardless. They had just farming elims. I will say the main team that I think really persevered through the face of the most adversity was 51. They dominated in the early game. They were able to make the most out of, or Kevin was able to make the most out of a bad situation. And I would argue that Kevin alone allowed his team to be in the top 5 at the minimum there, just from what he was doing kill wise. So looking at the scoreboard that we're going to be seeing here in a moment, I'm excited to see where the placements are. I know that there are a lot of RTG fans that did see their team get eliminated pretty early on there, but knowing how RTG was starting off real aggressive, I can tell that they are going to try to just get those kill points later on to bounce them back.
Yeah, and a couple of the teams, I like to track where teams are just before we get the full scoreboard. A couple teams that were surprising to leave early, you said it, RTG, but also Triple Esports dying in 9th. I think H2E exited in 8th after really not being a very notable factor of the game, which is a little surprising to me. And the 3 teams I really wanted to point out, one of them we really didn't get to see, Clear Vision, who we did see die early. NIGMA Galaxy,
they were the first.
Case, they were the second. And Greedy for Kills exited in 4th to last place, or 13th. I don't know how many kills themselves they got, because I didn't have a tally sitting in front of me. However, the fact that they leave in 13th after having a decent showing in the later stages of our Invitational Qualifier, gotta say, disappointing finish for their side.
Yeah, but it's only game 1. We got 5 in total. Next map coming up is going to be Myanmar, which is going to bring in hopefully some different style of gameplay. I don't want to see another very passive approach in the early game. I think that's what caused both of the teams that were in the NGX, the NIGMA Galaxy fight. Both of them got absolutely rocked because they just were too passive. You can't be that passive in a game like this, especially a battle royale. I don't know how many times I've been playing PUBG or Apex or even Fortnite where you get just demolished for wasting time in one spot. You're just saying, hey guys, I'm here, come kill me. So you have to start being a mobile squad. You know, you have to start moving. That's why there's so many different vehicles. One thing that I say is a highlight is when we saw a lone player just going on a little bicycle, little mountain bike, getting domed in the middle of the field. You know, if you are out in the open, if you don't care about your positioning too much, you're going to be punished for it. So very excited to see how they were able to duke it out. But time based off of how game 1 went, is that changing any predictions you might be having to see who is going to be in our top 5?
I'm going to say it depends on some of the kill totals we see, because there were some teams that had really nice kill totals but really didn't have good finishes. I think one of those teams I'm kind of looking at is TRIPLR Esports, how they did at the end of the day, obviously exiting in 9th but still having no placement points, but still having kill points. That's the conversation for them.
Yeah.
The other one I want to see, how many kills Knights team and ONYX Ravens got. I don't know how many Knights team got, but I think ONYX Ravens at least had a couple. 51 squad looked good, they exited in 4th. I think I have my tally up for who placed where, but it's really going to come down to how many kills some of these teams retrieved. And that's the important factor of this. I'm saying Knights team will still do okay because their main prowess back in Invitational Qualifiers was on Miramar. They should be fine. But to be honest, Guts and Glory is one of the teams that I'm honestly surprised about. Out of Open Qualifiers, they were one of 3 teams to place top 3 in or from Open, it being themselves, Red Death, and H2E. I believe it was H2E who placed 8th. I think they had F2D as their prefix for one of their players, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird seeing some of these teams place where they did, yet not really seeing them throughout the game because, well, it's a battle royale. We can only watch a couple players at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be shouting out our observer for making sure that we are following some narratives here with the way that they brought it forward. I want to see, if I were to see, I want to know how R9 plays the early game, because I don't know exactly what they did to make it so they came into that finals with 3 players with very limited kills. Like, what was their play style of being those rats that kind of just were going on through? But here's our highlights of our back and forth. And yeah, a lot of these highlights are going to be Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin found a couple. This is the Knights, so you can see that they had at least, what, 5 kills, maybe 6 later on, but losing too many members is what ended up costing them. But the 1v1 is really where it gets, I'll say, crazy, because Crazy forces themselves out of position. Their teammate found a down in the process of them driving because the player they were trying to hit ended up avoiding it. And then Ezreal forces themselves out of position. They end up getting naded because Roshan could see with the third person, and the prone position on the low ground ends up being the advantage. Usually you say, oh, I have the advantage, I have the high ground. Not when third-person perspective is available, and this is exactly why. Watch as Roshan scopes in. They have no idea what they're shooting at until they unscope again, and they see a Rom stand up, they'll shoot into the smoke, and it'll end up working for them. Very surprising way as to how sometimes this works, but it's taking advantage of your situation. In this situation, you have a camera sitting above your head you can take advantage of.
Yeah, I will say I was very concerned about having them waste their nades on someone who's already downed.
They
you know,
knew
you
they
have the
downed
life
it.
advantage.
They knew it.
Yeah, he's already
Why?
gone. He's already out for the count. You don't have to be putting so much utility onto someone who's already, 4 feet deep in their grave. You don't have to do that. So looking at how this has been going, I mean, I'm thinking that's a lesson that's going to be learned. Conqueror Rock should have won that, in my opinion. They were the dominant team for most of it, and they had the high ground advantage, but this ain't Star Wars, all right, Obi-Wan, this ain't how that works. So we are seeing them split off just a little bit to see that move forward. But looking at our next game, it's going to probably have a lot less of these, very rooftop heavy games, and there's not that many rooftops to jump around on. This ain't Assassin's Creed, all right? You should be able to see some kind of balance for these players. But I think that we should be seeing the scoreboard coming up soon here. And hopefully it's gonna work out for them. And as your predictions stand, we know who's gonna be first, we know who's gonna be second and third, but the real question is, from the teams that we didn't see, who do we want to see do better?
Notably enough, I want to see Greedy for Kills do better. I think that is my #1 team to look at moving forward and questioning what the heck happened there, because it just did not look like they were a participating factor. Here are your top teams. R9 actually do just weasel their way into first place. They had a decent bit of kills beforehand, up to 19 overall. CONQUEROR have a 16-point game, placing second. 51 do arguably better, but have less placement points. Arguably enough, or notably enough, placement points during tiebreakers do matter. That's why CONQUEROR is above 51 squad. Guts and Glory with only 3 kills and 5 placement points. All in all, couple of these teams, not too surprising. TRIPLR Esports, their totals, even if they don't place, is okay for them in a first game.
Yeah. But 7 kills, no placements, pretty solid. Now here's the latter half of our teams. One King Esport apparently didn't even get a single kill here. So we talked about how CLEAR was in first place and then they were the first eliminated. They got 1 kill and they are 12th. So that really, stands to showcase how much elimination points are actually valued in these early stages of the game. Obviously, having 1 point doesn't really mean much once we get into 5 games worth of play, but it will make it so you're not technically at the bottom yet. And I like that. But RTG, the fan favorite, barely skating away from the rank 9. They did have a decent amount of elimination points, but that fight that they encouraged from Virus and others, it cost them a lot of their life. I mean, Virus Esports had 3 eliminations, and that was mainly thanks to RTG and them going at it.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, surprisingly enough, for a couple of these teams, not being involved in the long run is really what catches me off here. H2E, like I said, placed 8th. I was corrected in my presumption. High five me. But Greedy for Kills with only 1 kill. 9K with only 1 kill, even though they took maybe a 10-minute fight with NIGMA Galaxy. They could have been doing other things. Clear Vision with only 1 kill. They exited in last place, like we said. TRIPLR Esports, who were the first death to Clear Vision, ended up escaping with 7 points total. This is a couple teams where you're saying, that's surprising. And for NIGMA Galaxy, that's one of those teams where it's surprising. They had 35 points in that invitational qualifier. And I gotta say, there are a couple of these teams where you're saying, where the heck did they go? And we don't seem to have an answer just yet. Oh, also, notable fact. Something we did not bring up earlier. 2 different teams were involved here from the invitational qualifier because 2 of the teams from Invitational were not actually able to play in this event. Aegon, who placed 5th, and S2G, who placed 6th, were not available. So the next 2 teams were RTG and R9. So RTG and R9 should not technically be here. And R9, ironically enough, wins game 1.
Yeah, I mean, R9, beautiful job. They managed to really bring it back. One team that I didn't get to see anything really happen with was 9K. I want to see a little bit more from 9K moving forward, but what I want to see is not what I'm gonna see. That's the way that us as casters, we've lived through that experience many times. Now, can I cast or curse it to happen? Sometimes, but not this time. I don't believe so. Now, one thing that happened when we were casting over at other Arena Esports Battle Royales is that the #1 team will always start off strong. It's about being consistent, though. Will we see R9 have the same stroke of luck that they did? Will Conqueror Rock find another compound that can sit in for 20 minutes? I mean, it really comes down to luck and also consistent skill. That's where you need to be. So even though this is our scoreboard now, it could be dramatically different going into our next 4 games here. Myanmar coming up next and hopefully starting soon. So my question is, do we know of these teams to be the consistent type or the one-off bangers?
It really depends on the team. NIGMA Galaxy, for instance, can be that one-off banger team. Maybe they just had to wait a game to play Miramar to be able to play very well.
Yeah.
But there are other teams where you'll see them consistent throughout. 2 teams that I really wanted to bring up, both of them actually in the grand finals and awaiting a couple of these teams. Nasser Esports and 141. Those 2 teams currently in grand finals. They played in previous monthly finals, the 2nd and the 3rd to be specific. Those 2 teams played amazing. They didn't make too many mistakes. They won, in Nasser's case, 3 of the 5 games, and in 141's case, only 1 game, but they had so many placement points in 5 games, it wasn't funny. They had 22. So throughout the remaining 4 games, they had 4 points, or 3 points on average a game. They also had a lot more competition throughout. Like a couple teams, like Aegon, for instance, who were neck and neck, yet couldn't end up finding qualification. There have been a couple of those teams who have just been on the precipice, 1 placement out in monthly finals or in invitational qualifiers. And for some of these teams, it's a disappointing finish. Aegon, like I brought up earlier, they made it through the invitational qualifier to this monthly qualifier, but they weren't able to play. Notably enough, back in what was, I believe, our 3rd monthly qualifier, they placed 6th. You need to place 5th or better to make it to the playoffs, and that's what hurt them. And now they're not even playing.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I did want to point out as well, a lot of these players that are competing here in the MENA region also were recently competing over when I was working at the IESF, and they were representing their countries. So these are their T1 players for their regions, and that's what the name that you said there was really, it sparked a memory. Now I went back and looked at some of the rosters here. The roster that we had for R9, even though they're not exactly the most notable of teams when it comes to their position in the team R9. Well, they got some of the best Pakistani players there are. And that really might set them up for success. I mean, Roshan here, this is a player with earnings up there with quite a few victories and second places over in the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Pakistan. We have some of these players that have been really dominant in not only their regions, but have branched into Europe. They want to keep it going. Triple Esports, a team that, you know, you have players like Old Boy. Old Boy, he's one of the best Ukrainian-based players there are. So, you know, players from all over the globe are coming here to Arena Esports, celebrating their skills. And we, two casters from America, have a producer from India, having everything going down that might take us to Abu Dhabi. It's crazy to think about all of the ways that this folds over into a global event. And that's why I do want to say special shout out to our broadcast partner, Playtonia, for putting it together, our strategic partner, AD Gaming. And of course, we can't do any of it unless we were powered by Etisalat by EAN. So I do want to say thank you for everyone watching. I know that our chat is very diverse in who is supporting their favorite teams. So again, from a global standpoint, thank you guys for being here. And of course, on a day as special as this, I know that is a lot of stuff going on. So happy holidays. But let's jump in to our second game of the day.
We got Miramar on the cards. We'll see where the plane goes. It is direct south to north, but favoring this west side. One of the places you probably won't see is the prison, Minas del Sur, or Los Higos. Very few times will you see teams favor those positions. You may even see teams go long distance towards Puerto Preso or something similar, but really the places I'm looking for: Pecado, San Martin, El Pozo, and the Hacienda general vicinity, because that's where teams will usually favor. I say that as a team is going Los Higos. That's H2E, as a matter of fact. And yeah, there's a couple teams even going far east. Where is Rex going? Did Rex get the memo that the rest of his team is on the island?
I think what Rex is doing is might be able to try to just go for some early elimination kills. You know, that sets their team up, because a lot of these teams realize, wait a minute, we don't need all four of us. Obviously, that is an advantage, but it might attract too much attention for us. So I kind of like the play that we saw Rex do. We also have another one doing that.
I know exactly what he's doing. He's actually trying to drop on the other side of the bridge. So the bridge from Los Higos goes far east, right to where about Rex is right now. He's actually wanting to occupy the far side of the bridge to make sure nobody can bridge camp them off the island. I like that decision, actually. It's very nice. El Pozo does seem to be occupied by two separate teams, as a matter of fact, NIGMA Galaxy being one of them. And yeah, it is H2B here on the south side. But how does this work for Rex? Because Rex is the one who's an outlier. I don't think anybody's directly near him, so he should be safe for the time being. But NIGMA Galaxy, maybe not so much. They have one king directly around them, but where is the real question? One to the west, a few to their north, and NIGMA Galaxy seems to be aware of it as they have Freak up on the high ground with even a star in hand. This is dangerous.
Yeah, high ground has always been somewhere now on a map like Miramar where you want to celebrate it. Now, of course, NIGMA Galaxy, based off what we saw when they played in Pochinki, they really started to focus on those high ground advantages and the rooftops. But I need to start seeing them get aggressive. Obviously, they've looted all they can from this building, but they have kind of oversaturated the amount of players in here. They sent two in, and now they have to walk away into a great angle that I see One King splitting off with. They have three players to the north, one player to their west, and they might be able to punish them for it anyways. But looking at this, you know, I don't want NIGMA Galaxy to suffer the same fate, the same mistake that they made in game one.
Will NIGMA Galaxy go over in points? The benefit is they are taking on a team that had very few kills in our previous game. One King having, we'll say, a less than ideal finish to game number one. In all fairness, they were kind of blown up rather than really dispatched of purely, but still something to keep in mind maybe for later. The other thing I wanted to bring up was how NIGMA Galaxy did play it. Like you said, they were originally disengaged primarily rather than playing as aggressive as we kind of expected from them. But if we can see them do something else, do something different, maybe it works. Lord just playing the high ground, as you said, but where is One King here? What are they just not taking the fight? Do they know they're technically in the middle of a fight?
I do think that they know, but wait,
Now
Diaco.
they know.
Yeah, picking up into that, car. I mean, it's saying, hey, I'm here. It's the loudest thing on the map most of the time. Good luck. I mean, I think that they should be able to group up, but One King, I'm not going to use the word lost, but they're certainly not found right now.
Dream not found? Question mark? George not found? Sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah. Where is NIGMA Galaxy with this one? I see one player close, and that's it. This is something that I'm concerned about for NIGMA, because even when they had players close to one another back in our previous game, they were still kind of caught out and caught off in terms of positioning. That may be the case here when you're even more dispersed, and it seems like One King is more than aware of this position. 51 even getting involved, they will find the opening down onto Red Death, and actually the finish as well, so first blood goes the way of 51 squad. This is inside of Los Leones, east side-ish, give or take. But they are in the northern half, and that's what matters. And they're even sending themselves further south. I believe Shahir was just seen, and maybe even more towards Buzz and company.
Let's see it. Decent split off. Might find some kind of pickup here. Now, what I want to be looking at most is 51 not getting some of these players taken down, but they already have one elim. We've seen so far a decent amount of players leaving the game. But the main concern that I have is who's going to be able to find this one player kind of caught off guard. I think, yeah, they're hunting and they spot him. So Shahir, good luck. RD, this is the team that just won.
Oh no.
Might be off to a rough start.
And Kevin's actually on the far side of this. Kevin's setting in a pincer from the west side. Look at your map. Just left of where we currently are, Kevin is on the other side of that road. I see Shahir surviving maybe another 15 seconds or so at max, and watch out for Kevin on that line of sight. Unless Shahir just got into the building. Maybe then he's safe, but even then it's still a notably difficult conversation. And yeah, Tingo prepping a nade. This is not one that Shahir will live all that well through. The nade thrown up the stairs.
Oh,
no, it missed.
not through the
If
window.
it ends up going through the window, it's a kill. Oh,
That was such a good read. Such a good read. But Kevin, I mean, look at, there's beelining. They are hungry for this player. But look at that. The hunger is going to cause them one player to be knocked. And now they have to win this 1v1 if they want to be able to pick up their teammate in time. They're going for it. They know that he
There's
dropped.
a hole in the floor. He got out. There's a hole in the floor that he can get out of. And he actually does. I don't know if he's going to be able to fully make it away, though. That's the problem. There's no way to vault out that window for Tingo. And Shahir, as of right now, is safe. A car's coming to pick them up. Will they have an escape driver?
Wait, no, he's running back.
They'll have team damage. Did he just get downed again? Or did he get downed at all? They're still here?
Their team just showed
Everybody's
up to
here
back
for
him
Red
up. And RD, they want to keep that streak. If they can get 51 out for the count, that's third place, gone immediately. But look at Tingo. Manages to vault through the door. And if they time this right, they can drop behind. All of these holes in the floor might find some holes in the strategy that RD wants to execute here.
One other thing they can do is go to the roof. That's what I've seen before, where teams go to the roof and just play that direct high ground from above. It ends up working because at that point, the third-person perspective actually helps with the high ground, and Star Wars becomes more of an important conversation. But the fact that Shahir is still alive is the important factor here. The fact that they were not able to find that immediate kill they were looking for earlier is the surprising notion. Nade being prepped trying to be thrown through that door. I don't know if the Lessie is going to survive that. No, it'll just barely miss. What's up with teams missing nades? That doesn't usually happen here in our PUBG Mobile games.
Yeah, it really doesn't. But nonetheless, I think that they're trying their best to balance it back out. RD now at the bottom of the barrel, bottom of the score. They actually lost pink mana, which I don't think we noticed here after Shahir ran away. I don't know who or what took out RD's first player, but wait a minute. The ring's coming in, but this is only stage 1, so it's really not going to do a whole lot. But on the opposite side, NIGMA Galaxy still sitting at all 4 players. They are having a significantly better game. As there it is, 51. Shahir now down.
Inky around. So's Buzzit. They want to finish. They will. But they're not safe right now. That's the problem. Buzzit gets caught out while trying to rotate. Only takes damage, though. They'll actually escape alive. Winky can't say the same thing, though. Reswing is there, and there's the finish. It is the opening set of kills. The first team eliminated here in game number 1. Unfortunately, an exit stage left as 51 ends up finding the finish they were looking for, and Red Death goes home in dead last place.
Wow. Not even a single elim. I mean, Shahir's play to go in and get that down and then manage to juke them out. I am shocked that the call by that team was, hey, I got one down, come and help me, instead of, hey, I am in a 1v3, I need to run away, come and get me. So it's a slight change, but overall it led to #1 team being the first one eliminated.
Knight's team even getting into a couple fights. This is from Virus from a distance. They'll even hop in their cars and get the heck out of Dodge here. I don't hate this decision. Get away while you can. It looks like a weird NASA logo on the side of that. I'm not familiar with every single skin in PUBG Mobile, but one thing I am familiar with is damage, and D7 even takes it while trying to escape here. There's a player somewhat close to them. This is not a safe position for them to currently hold down. And Virus, they're looking for shots of their own, but it's nothing really doing for them either. And a whole nothing burger from a couple of these fights. The only team to find multiple kills and a team kill thus far, still 51.
I will say, I really do enjoy watching nothing burgers get eaten, because what that means is that you can find substance from something. But one little piece that I am looking at is now Virus, who previously got into a fight with RTG, this time lucky enough not to have that fate, while ONYX is, instead of fighting over with NGX, is instead rotated over to find their own new fight to try to find some real pickup here. But let me ask you this time, do we think that based off of how this is going, a lot of teams are putting themselves in a varied different position? Now, I am excited that they have more variedness, because I don't want to see the same 5 teams every single time, you know?
Yeah, I'm in the same point. I also like when teams put themselves in different positions intentionally, not only compared to other teams around them, but compared to the rest of their individual squad. Something we don't see all that often is teams making different decisions and splitting themselves up, kind of like what we see here from Virus temporarily, where you go 2-2 split. A lot of times we see that in more conventional PUBG, not as much in PUBG Mobile. We saw it from Knight's team back in their Invitational Qualifier. Maybe not so much from Guts and Glory, because Huzaiva just ended up losing their life for it. That's a down and a finish. They almost found a follow-up down, and it looks like they will. Now, CONQUEROR getting involved with Virus, who we saw earlier, and who we're seeing right now. Evo ended up being downed and killed, and Virus, they find a kill and down. They'll also lose a player for it.
Wow. This is looking extra clean from them so far. Now, one thing that I am excited to see who's going to be able to walk away from this is the fight that's been going on between ONYX, as well as, if you look at that score line, R9 has lost 2 of their players, Vaz and Naki both down, and this is a team that just won, so a little bit stressed, but they should be able to bounce this back if they could just find the picks. But walked into a room that blew them up hard. Is going to be 1 player down, and it's RTG who's still consistent. Everywhere is where the fights are starting to pick up, so this is where the heat is cooking in time. I want to see who's going to be here at the end of stage 2.
Yeah, it seems like R9 getting involved in early fights. We saw this last time. They picked up a couple kills. The fact is they're down to just 1. And running up the staircase, I don't think Senior's going to survive all that long. They won't. The team who placed first, who got our winner chicken dinner to open up the event, is also placed nearly dead last in game number 2, as R9 exit in 15th place here on Miramar. It is a different map, but it's one that ends up costing them their lives.
Wow, that's a pretty shocking output. But look at RTG doing something not so shocking, just being RTG. They are dominant in this rounds. Now, I want to see what else they're going to be able to pull off. Is what I am expecting from RTG here is, now that they're not down in 9th place, this is a team that is very favored, probably going to not have to deal up with Virus. Virus, down 1 player, up 1 a limb, should be able to be a little bit more consistent here, but I'm loving the gameplay that we're having so far.
Oh, that nade. That was painful. Yet NIGMA Galaxy end up still losing Lord and Freak at the same time. Early gunfights don't seem to go NIGMA Galaxy's way. CR77 does end up falling. The flank from Yasser, however, ends up working to perfection. Coops dispatched of Radif, I think the last one alive, as Freak was down from a distance, and NIGMA Galaxy 13th place exit. And again, down early. If I even saw that correctly, I don't know if they found any kills, because they did not end up taking a full fight with One King earlier. That is, again, a bad game from NIGMA Galaxy, and Miramar doesn't even go their way.
Wow. Now, you were kind of hyping up Miramar as the place where they should be able to bounce this back. And
I said they could.
They could, not should. But I think relative to where they started, we would have expected something better from them. But hey, sometimes it doesn't go your way. Similar to how Diakau just got domed from this across the mountain. And this is what I mean by Miramar being an unforgiving landscape. I mean, you are just out for the count. And on PUBG Mobile, it's a lot more visible. Look at these angles. You can see everything so clearly on PUBG Mobile compared to main PUBG that just says, oh, you're on this mountain that's normally safe. Well, not here anymore. You are a blemish on an otherwise pristine mountaintop.
And more importantly, you don't see players pick up a Mini 14 as much as they do in more conventional PUBG. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll slap a 4X or a 6X on an AR, like an M4 or like your favorite SCAR, and they'll shoot from distance because it is easier to spray from that same distance. And that's not the case. We just saw Clear having a very obvious time dying, and, well, Virus having obvious time killing. This couple from the Mini 14. And importantly, we're down to 11. 51 has, I believe, lost Alessi. I don't know if they'll survive on the backside of this car. That's a down, not a kill, but it should be finished off regardless.
Ooh, I like the way this game is going. I really do. I think all we have to experience for now is just the fact that 11 teams are still standing. You know, their perseverance is really quite well, but so many are getting picked off, but not to the same extent that we saw on map number 1. But Q4 wanted to find something, should be able to be the entrance point for this team if they can just manage to link up just a little bit, just slightly.
So Greedy for Kills here, surprisingly going for a little bit more of an aggressive play. I mean, they're living up to their name, it seems. They'll even find a headshot onto a ROM, conquer Iraq, losing a member early. That's becoming an issue for them as they're more than isolated from the rest of their squad. RTG back in the kill feed. They drop a member of Triple Esports, however, Triple still somewhat comfortable. Gaddafi even dropped, as a matter of fact, so RTG more than involved. And so is Bandar. Triple Esports is down to 1 member in the span of 13 seconds.
Jeez, I mean, that's what they do. Now, looking at Greedy for Kills, they've taken out Qatar. They have 6 kills on 1 player for the side of 1 king. And that's not common at all. I like the fact that we're seeing a varied amount of players that are dominating. And look at that shot. Just docking him down immediately from that pick. But my question is, how are they going to be able to get out of this building as we do have Knight just on top of it, literally getting the high ground? And this time it is going to be able to be paid off due diligently.
Oh, wow. What a shot from Shaho, though, with Salem alone. There are still 2 members down, but close range. He'll just go for a jumping shot, and he'll find it with the AKM. Knight's team exit in 10th place. And off a 2-piece from Shaho. The AK around his teammate, and then the jump around the window. Not much you can do to contend with that one.
I like what we've seen, though. Positioning from all of these teams has been relatively clean on the second map, but the main concern that I need to watch these guys deal with is going to be how they break up from each other and get into this next zone. Unfortunately, stage 4, not perfect for how these guys have been playing, but they should be able to, you know, balance it out. I will say, though, I love all that they have been able to really rock here. But Time, my question for you is, with how we've seen 1 player on the side of 1 king dominate, are they going to be able to keep that momentum moving?
It's possible, but I don't know what Divine or how Divine is trying to pull this one off. They try to play completely isolated from the rest of their team. You'll see them rotating over right about now. But the fact that they stayed alive through that, and Saad is actually the one to find the kill onto Shaho. I really thought it was going to be Divine finding that, but no. They'll even be killed by themselves. Crest just tried to jump out of the car, and they ran themselves. That's about as funny as things get. Unfortunate, but funny regardless. And 1 king, they'll even be finished. Shaho's finished, so is CR4, and that 1 king's dead. They're down to just 1 member in the span of, again, about 13 seconds.
Oh my god. It's pretty clean, but look at this. RTG just lost another player here. This time, we're seeing the Conqueror Rock being able to be back online. We got Virus here stuck underneath this oil pipeline, needing to somehow manage to punish through. Now, based off of the way that the ring is going, there's not going to be any cover outside of these hills. And the last time I saw this happen on Myanmar, it came down to which team had the highest of ground. Now, this, unfortunately, should be able to work it out. And also, nades. Nades are going to be very important. I'm looking over at the utility. Virus is loaded with nades, but they're not really up for the count with how many players they have right now. But there's still 9 teams. And they're all going to be just on a different part of this mountain. But looking at RTG, Rio, nice pick from them. This is what chat wants us to be looking at. And they are going to continuously do this. I like the angle that they have. The single shack could actually be the main chokehold for this point so far.
Greedy for kills, exiting in that 8th place. One King will get the first, technically last, placement position, but they will still get a placement point at least. It is a couple teams exiting with isolated members that honestly we can't say we're too surprised about. One King being isolated and killed earlier, and an unfortunate exit early as well. Elsewhere, RTG playing high ground here. They may be able to find ONYX Ravens if they walk around far enough. Groza could be caught out. They don't have a Groza in hand, unfortunately, but it may be okay for them. But what happens here? How does this develop later on?
I think the way that this is going to develop really just comes down to who not only has the most amount of smokes, because you need to make your own cover, but also who's going to be able to position themselves into a angle that they can maybe isolate two teams that are going at it. So it's the teams on the outskirts that are able to now pick them off. RTG is arguably in the worst position overall because they are in between all three teams. They are the center of a Venn diagram of death. So there's no guarantee that RTG is going to be able to get out of this spot unless they start either getting extra aggressive. But as the stage is now moving even closer, we're seeing them real merge together now.
Everybody slowly making their slight rotations, but RTG, alongside, honestly, H2E are the two teams that really own the zone. And not the predominant part of it, really just the high ground. I say that as ONYX Ravens actually find a kill into Maxi from H2E, so maybe that's not the case. However, still looking a little bit better. Shots from a distance onto seemingly everybody. And H2E's lost another member, Flanky even down. And I say they have an advantage, and they lose 3 members in the span of, again, about 13 seconds. They're down to 1. And it seems like they've even been dispatched of. Yeah, they're done. Rieman's dead. H2E exit in 7th place. One better than last game, but still very low in terms of kill points.
Yeah, low in terms of kills, but high in terms of commitment. These guys want to get right on in, but that is going to be CONQUEROR taking or knocking down one more member of Virus. RTG, though, they still have so many pieces of utility, and a nade like that is nigh perfect. But the play zone is actually going to finish off Virus there. Now, I'm not sure if we're actually going to see them get the... But what? Rio's nade eventually does connect and grab side. That is what you need to do. These mountaintops in PUBG Mobile, you can bank these nades in the most awkward angles, and it manages to work every time. And that's why everyone's just relying on nades instead of aim. And they're going to keep it moving. But so far, I'm happy that we're going to be watching this kind of gameplay, because when it gets down to a 1v1 aim, you can see some real cheese coming out, and the nades are what I want to watch.
Ooh, Elise going for that kill there. Ends up finding it down onto Crazy, but the kill from earlier was actually finished off. They had another kill stolen from them, and they'll die to the play zone. Clear Vision almost had 2 kills served up for them. One was stolen by a living player. A downed kill was stolen by a different team entirely. And RTG, currently with 13 kills, with 4 teams remaining. They were the ones that stole the other one, by the way. And as of right now, I'll say they may have an advantage, but I don't want to caster's curse them. It's them, 51, ONYX Ravens, I believe, and one other, CONQUEROR Iraq from a distance, and they are very much separated and isolated from this zone. That rotation will be deadly if they are shown to any team.
The 51's still standing, though. 51, you got Shot here, and Shot knows how to just keep lurking around. You got Kevin as well. 51 sitting on only 5 elims, so they're not as much of a heavy hitter, but now they're getting the placement points that they missed out on in the last game. So this is 3rd place. RTG was pretty much eliminated very early on, so I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to impact the overall scoreboard and take it away from, you know, OXR. You're not going to be able to take it away that much, but they're still standing here. Now, I need to know, is RTG going to be that dominant team? They already are the kill leader in this final circle. So with 4 teams remaining, it's all about who's going to be forced out of the circle soon. And unfortunately, it's underway. Stage 6 ring is closing.
It only seems like CONQUEROR Iraq will be the ones that are forced out. ONYX Ravens may have to force themselves a little bit in between the 2 teams that are currently occupying most of the zone, but CONQUEROR Iraq are the main team that's going to have to move. But only if Shot ends up moving further than they have to. Both players seem to be rotating around the backside of him. If he's not aware of this, it could get him killed, but if he is, it could find him free kills. It's really yin and yang scenario, depending on the amount of information he has. And the landscape of this final circle will end up being the determining factor. Groza lucky to be alive. Kevin finds damage but not a kill. And in the meantime, 51 seems to be involved in most of these fights. ONYX Ravens, I believe, now just down to 1. Sayla lucky to still be living, but they'll heal themselves, be seen, and Tuska should be able to find down and or finish close range. The DVS, they'll find it, and out goes ONYX Ravens in 4th place.
Wow. ONYX Ravens now down. I did see that 51 has taken advantage of this time to push very aggressive against RTG, and this is a team that knows how to work with cover. So are they going to be able to find those pickups? Now, unfortunately, for RTG's sake, they're stuck down here. If they want to go over this ridge, that is the highest point on the mountain. So they're going to have to use the vehicle to try to give them a little bit more coverage. And over time, they should be able to get out. But holy, are they collecting? They got Ty's Garage right now. They got Lamborghinis, they got everything, but no bookshelves. But let's see if they're going to be able to keep it moving now that we are seeing them pretty much just form their coverage. I've never seen someone use that many vehicles. I mean, it's like I'm watching Fortnite when how they're just building up a little bit of a base.
Seen this before, albeit from separate teams and in separate events. But one thing I still want to bring up, 51 is not concurrently together as of right now. They still have shot isolated from the rest of their team, and that's for a specific reason. Conqueror Iraq is still on the outside of the zone. Another play was just seen by Kevin. This goal is to force them to look towards the rest of 51 and allow Shot to flank up and over. Keep an eye on your map. Keep an eye on how Shot tries to play the separate angle from the rest of his team, because should he find this kill, they're in a much better position. Should he not, he'll have to do the long rotation. And with 20 seconds remaining on the zone, it's favoring RTG and most of 51. But as of right now, 51 have the high ground. Will it end up being their undoing as it was for Conquer Iraq in our previous game?
And Conquer Iraq, one thing that I will say is they also are down the most amount of players, only 2 left, compared to the 3 others from the other side of the spectrum here. So Reba now moving around. RTX, they're focused on 51, and I kind of get that. But in this position, if they're not too careful, X Conqueror Rock, sorry, hiccup, right behind them there to jump into RTX's main backline, and then RTX is going to be pinched. So 51 is, I think they're taking advantage of the fact that they know that Conqueror Iraq is going up this ridge.
Will that information be enough, though? That's the question. Again, Shot is isolated from the rest of his team, and he's proning. It's a snake game for him to walk forward while the rest of Conqueror Iraq is going for this rotation. The goal here for 51 is play the cutoff of the snake's head from a distance onto Conqueror Iraq first. Win that fight together, and then take the fight onto RTG. The issue is, while they're trying to take the fight onto Conqueror Iraq, they're still exposing themselves to RTG, and RTG seem to be taking advantage of it. And even then, Conqueror Iraq are getting into cars as well. This one, maybe not the most advisable decision for them, Edgio.
Yeah, we saw what 51 does to cars. They get multi-kills. Case in point, Kevin, starting us off, might be able to down one. I believe did. Now continuously going for that damage. Might have a nade, and oh! Look at that. We're actually seeing RTG grabbing a clean pickup, but oh, even grabs Tingo, drops him down. RTG is going to be consistent here, but the cars, oh no. That is where the mollies come through, the final nades, but stage, play zone, there's the pick. You get out, you get pushed out, and RTG is just, they're managing to do it for everybody.
Evan's alone now. It's starting to become more of a problem than it is a solution. He won't even be able to find damage, much less an opening kill. The 1v3 is ended before it even starts. In RTG, they take every advantage possible. The only kills they missed out on were those of Conquer Iraq, and they walk away with a 15-plus kill victory. Arguably, could hold the record for a single game point total here in Arena Esports thus far.
Yeah, I mean, RTG stands for Road to Glory. Well, they definitely found that path and rode it. Now, looking at this next game and looking at how this game went, we did see 51 get second place, Conqueror Rock get third. And the main stay that I want to say about that is these are the already top 2 teams or top 3 teams. So 51 definitely moves into second place. Conqueror Rock most likely stays in first. But the way that we saw Road to Glory bounce back from a pretty rough end, I think they're right now ranked 9th in the lobby before the score comes in from here. So they were previously ranked 9th. They are now easily in the top 5 just off of that back of the game.
Yeah, after our first round, they were indeed ranked just outside the top half. And again, it is no longer the top 8 that will qualify to the next round. It is 2nd through 5th make it playoffs. First place gets a direct bye to the grand finals and will circumvent having to play 32 different teams. They will only have to play 16, as 12 teams make it out of the playoffs instead of 16 or maybe even 10, as what we'd usually expect. The surprising notion there is that R9 exit extremely early, 2nd to last place. Red Death exit even earlier in dead last place. And out of absolutely left field, RTG pick up, what, a 16-plus point game? And it didn't even seem like it was all that much of a laborious task for them.
That's just in kills. That's in kills. They also get the 10 points from getting first
Yeah.
place. They get 26 points for that. And because they get the first point, even if someone ties them in overall points, getting first, the main value is when it comes to tiebreakers and you want to go to grand finals, setting yourself up for that early on, that's what matters most. I will say, though, I don't think they got first. I don't think that they're going to be very close to getting first or second. 51 and Conqueror Rock have been the most consistent 2 teams so far, thus far. But as we get into our solo map, our 3rd map here, I think it is going to be a little different to see who's going to be showcasing themselves off the most. But I'm pretty excited based on how everybody played. I don't think anyone has really fallen behind that we expected to, bounce back too much. Except I will say Greedy for Kills and NIGMA Galaxy are the 2 teams that we haven't really been able to see do too hot here.
Yeah, and out of the gate, NIGMA Galaxy just, again, not looking all that great. Greedy for Kills at least did okay. They found a couple kills. At least I think they did. I saw them get involved in a couple fights. I don't know if somebody stole their finishes, but like they ended up finishing in 9th place. We'll take a look at our scoreboard, figure out where teams placed in this top 9. RTG have a 30-point individual game. That far and away now holds the record. And
So-
they may hold first place alone. Yeah, they do. 51 squad will only be at 28.
Wow. So going from 9th to 1st. And I'm actually shocked that it was 20 elimination points, but I must have not calculated the fact that they were at 15 and then eliminated 2 squads. So did they wipe all of QX, all of Conqueror Iran? Or Iraq? Sorry.
They
Conqueror
wiped
Iraq
a couple players from Conqueror Iraq. I don't know if it was the full team, but I saw 51 got the remaining kills on Conqueror Iraq. They found both the Molotov down and then the explosion.
No,
from the car.
that was RTG. RTG had the molly. Yeah.
Oh,
They
then it was
finished
finished off by
everybody.
I don't know.
They finished everybody. They might have gotten the down, but I think nearing the end, it was really just one team who was pinched, but they just went back to back, like literally buddy up, the army of 2 style, and just crushed it.
Working at the end of the day. One King Esports did end up finding 9 kills, even though they exit outside the top 8. So it's not the end of the world for them. They still pick up a few points and a notable amount, to say the very least. But the fact that, yeah, that was the kill. Oh, no, it was RTG that found the finishes. It looked like 51 found the kills.
They found the downs.
Yeah,
They found the downs. RTG found the finish, which, as we talked about, you get robbed at this game. But, I'm pretty hyped that we see RTG, a team that is the fan favorite, go through and have some fun, because it's always nice to see, the more support that a community gives to a team, the better they play. It's been historic that it happens, unless you're in Pittsburgh. We don't talk about that. But things about this balancing each other out and seeing, the support you guys are bringing for your teams, it's working. So keep it going. I want to see that chat still flooded with go RTG, go and do it the best you can. So other teams that I want to see continue, I think we know who the most consistent teams have been so far, and most likely will be our top 5. Now, it's all about where that order comes in. I'm saying that with such confidence, knowing that this is only game 2 finished, and we still have 3 more to go. But I'm confident in the way that these players are being able to balance each other out. They haven't really shown many flaws in their gameplay.
I'm also interested when the rest of our scoreboard pops up. I think there was a misinput in terms of some stats. That's why we were getting things off, going back to the highlights and resetting things. So when we get that back up, we'll have the full numbers for you. But a couple teams that were really surprising. notably enough, Clear Vision places in the top 5. ONYX Ravens does the same, albeit just narrowly, but they placed in the top 5. Virus, unfortunately, they had that 6th place finish. H2E found a couple kills, but they ended up exiting in 7th. And then One King, they get 1 placement point in back-to-back games. Granted, they placed 1 higher than they did last time. Or, sorry, H2E gets 1 placement point in back-to-back games.
Okay.
But on this occasion, they end up finding more kills and actually have more of a showing for it. Hopefully it's something that gives them more of a drastic change overall, because like we said, RTG making a storm to the top of the leaderboard, they now hold it alone. They go, like you said, from 9th place with 4 points to now 1st with 34 points.
Okay, I like that. I like the fact that they've been able to bounce back here. And looking at the game 1 scoreboard, I want to know, of the people who fell back the most, you have 9K, Greedy for Kills, NIGMA Galaxy, One King Esport. One King Esport, a little bit better. Clear Vision as well, significantly better than the previous. They went from 12th to 5th. That's going to help them out. Virus, though. Virus Esports, I did see, drop down just a little bit in their kill potential. They didn't get as many kills as fast, but they still managed to place really well. So you can see that some of these teams, their objectives have shifted based on how game 1 went. And now that game 2 is going on, RTG Esports wants to just finish it off. They want to keep their momentum into the next one. And obviously, as we're going to be seeing Miramar twice, that benefits, the teams that we've seen dominate on it. This next map coming up, though, we're only going to be seeing it once with Sandhawk. But scoreboard, let's take a look. Oh, this is the same scoreboard.
Yep. This is the overall scoreboard. This is the correct one as of right now.
Okay, so Clear dropped down 1.
Yeah, Clear Vision had 6 points, not 9, as we thought earlier. H2E don't even get top 8 placement, even after placing in the top 8, interestingly enough. Knight's team do okay. Virus did perfectly fine. 5 points isn't great, but they at least escaped with something. But ONYX Ravens with 9 points and 4 placements, that's more than good enough. They rival CONQUEROR and didn't even seem like they were all that much involved earlier on.
Yeah, not too involved. And I think that's the main problem when you're facing off against a lot of these teams, is you need to have a pretty impactful early game that doesn't result in death, which at this point is kind of a 50-50 coin flip. And what we saw early on from R9 was a real problem for them. The way that they reintroduced that fight and took on a team that I think was bold going up against 51 squad. And looking at these elimination points, looking at how this is balancing out, 51 squad, I'm surprised only had 6. I think that RTG just really took so much from them, literally took it right out of their hands. But here is our part 2 of the scoreboard updated. TRIPLR Esports, a team that you kind of called out to look forward to when we were behind the scenes talking about what teams we can expect to do really well, didn't get anything from that game.
Nope. It was a disappointing game for a couple teams. Them, R9, 9K, who again was involved early but couldn't do anything with it. 4 separate teams place a flat 0 on the scoreboard. And in all fairness, when RTG kills almost a third of the lobby, quite literally, by the way, they were like a kill and a third away from absolutely mathematically killing a third of the lobby, it's kind of becoming a problem. And teams can't really do a whole lot about it when RTG is fragging out that much, when 51 squad is doing as well as they are, and when CONQUEROR and ONYX Ravens combined for 9 kills and 9 placement points each, there aren't a whole lot of points remaining for the rest of the lobby. It's becoming more of an issue than it is a solution for a couple of these teams. Outside of those 4 teams I just mentioned, by the way, would you like to guess how many points were for the remaining 12 teams in the game?
For the remaining 12, I'm going to put my money on 8 points.
No, it's 31. Much more than that. Clear Vision had 6, Virus had 5, One King had 9. But after that, there was a whole lot of nothing for everybody. I think 11, outside of the top 7 teams, there were a total
I was thinking
of 11
8
points.
I was thinking like 10 or 12.
Yeah, you're still not all that far off. And when that many points go to so select teams, there's not a whole lot that's going to go to the rest of the squads. And that threshold now for a lot of these squads is going to begin to dwindle. And it's going to become more of a conversational factor. Will these teams have enough to go, oh yeah, let's just go one game and pick up more than enough? RTG, I think, will already, with that game alone, will probably qualify for playoffs. But
Oh,
This is our overall scoreboard as it stands, and RTG have a clear and obvious advantage in first.
yeah, but I'm also looking at who is coming up to try to get into the top 5. Because remember, this isn't your standard. It's not 8 teams moving on. It is 5 teams moving on.
Yep.
So the fact that Knights is just barely not cutting it, and Knights has been decent for getting their kills. I will say R9, just off of their victory in game 1, they got 0 points in game 2. They're still ranked 4. So
Yeah.
as you can see, being number 1 has its perks. Let's hope that they are going to be able to, bounce back a bit, because if you win one game and then you don't even place overall, well, that's not exactly ideal. But One King Esports, they're relatively close. So at this stage of the game, outside of the top 3 or maybe even top 4, thanks to R9's first place win, they are all pretty far ahead compared to some ways that these other teams are going. RTG Esports, I think, based off of that game 1 and the overall way that they play it, has nearly guaranteed that they get at least top 5. So the real question for me is, will RTG, Conquerors of Rock, or 51 Squad be consistently competing for that grand final spot? Because if you can skip a playoffs, I mean, that just makes it easy for you.
I like to play a game of predictable math. If we were to take the 5th place team's amount of total points and multiply it by 2.5, because we're playing twice and a half as many games as we already played, we'd get to about 32, 33, 34 points. That's your general threshold that you're looking for some of these teams to place top 5. And you're saying a lot of these teams can already hit that. A lot of these teams have already hit that, and RTG has almost already surpassed it in 2 games. 51 Squad in the same conversation. Here on the lower side, Clear Vision and Virus Esports, maybe with Triple Esports, are the 3 teams that you'd say have an arguable shot at redeeming themselves. But after that, it's just what's going on. Where are the rest of the teams?
Yeah, I think right now the other teams are rank 6th through 16th, disappointingly enough to say. And the main reason for that, I mean, NIGMA Galaxy, 2 games played, 1 elimination point. Where are they? Good question. They're absolutely lost. I don't think they're going to be found unless they really turn it up on our final and first map of Sandhawk. So, this is a tropical type beat. This is a map that, elevation really matters. I think there's so many times where you're up in the high ground and you can just aim straight down at people. The way that this map is built is a real back and forth type. So my anticipation for how this game might be leaning in is going to be mainly based off of getting these, early teams, hopefully not facing off against RTG or 51. The 2 teams who faced off, I mean, R9, they got unlucky by walking into 51 immediately.
Yeah, and you're also looking at a couple of these teams and saying, when does it become skill and not luck? For instance, NIGMA Galaxy or 9K. Those 2 teams, 9K looked okay in their early fight against NIGMA Galaxy earlier on. We saw, more importantly, and I'm going to say the most outlying team throughout all of this, and arguably the most surprising one, in my personal opinion, after everything that's been said, greedy for kills. Because they only have 4 kills. They have no placement points. They have yet to place top 8. I suppose are living up to their name, but what good is it doing them? How is it bringing them past that 4-point threshold? NIGMA Galaxy and 9K both surprisingly end up in a 10-minute fight with each other in game number 1, and each of them only have 1 point total through game number 2. They've done very little overall, and NIGMA Galaxy was my team to say, oh yeah, they have an opportunity to have 1 game prowess, kind of like we just saw from RTG, but they haven't even shown that just yet, and that's my concern for them.
Yeah, and I believe game 3 is going to be coming up right now with a plane overhead, and already everyone's dropped. So already, Sandhawk, good luck. Find your best possible locations, and that is, are we watching a Bugatti just crash to Earth?
Yes. Yep.
I love skins in games.
Mobile gaming.
It's so funny.
Where's the rest of 51? I think Kevin's alone right now. I mean, he's got a decent compound to himself, I suppose, but most of them are probably going to go towards Paradise, if not somewhere near there. Yeah, I think it's north of Paradise, actually, as Paradise has already been taken. That's unfair. The question otherwise is, what happens? R9 finding an opening down onto Triple Esports, and now a follow-up onto Bandar. They're losing a player and a half, And Triple Esports, I was saying, oh yeah, there's an opportunity for them still in this smaller game, and they've been pushed down to 1 player already. And it's EMAD, and their team's eliminated. At Triple Esports, exit in dead last place with 0 kills, and that's disappointing. What the heck just happened?
I think Triple D, unfortunately, got absolutely double destroyed. I mean, completely taken out for the count. So, looking at that, I'm not saying I'm shocked, but I am a little bit disappointed because time, you gassed them up. I was expecting some real good gameplay from them today, and they have
Honestly,
net 4 points. Yeah, net 4 points. 3 games, net 4 points. I honestly believe that there are going to be teams today that have less points than games played.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple teams that have yet to go below 5, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Triple Esports back-to-back games where they place a flat 0 on the scorecard. They're currently sitting at 7 overall. I don't know. This is not great. I gotta say, after their invitational qualifier performance, I was looking for more, and we haven't really gotten it thus far. Feels bad.
Well, I guess, the thing is, it's like when I was watching these qualifiers that we do for other PUBG tournaments or other Free Fire or mobile games, some of the best teams that you can see in one qualifier are then having to face off against teams that are there. They're in a higher seed now. And I think eventually you do fall off. You do get outclassed in your skill group. All right. This is the difference of going from, Ascendant to Immortal or Immortal to a Radiant. If we're talking, Valorant terms, if we're talking Counter-Strike, this is your LEMs to Global. That jump doesn't sound like a lot. It's only 2 ranks, but it means a lot when it comes to, how people play. So I think that's what we're experiencing is just you're out of your league now. You've gotten into the league, but you're going to get kicked right back to where you belong.
ONYX Raven's getting into a fight with NIGMA Galaxy. It seems like 9Ks into yet another stalemate, a chess match, if you will, across a canal with CONQUEROR. And I feel like this is going to be a situation. Could we just have the observer switch off already? Come back in maybe like 15 minutes when a different team goes
CONQUEROR has found a building, everybody. We don't have to watch them anymore. We know what they're about to be doing.
No, it's not even that. It's 9K is going to be in this fight for about 15 minutes. Some other team is going to show up and kill both of them. And that's when we should switch back. Because that fight is going to be a 15-minute fight. Actually, it may be like 8 because it's a smaller map, so the zone closes quicker. But still, it's going to be a whole lot of nothing for a little while.
Wow, a little bit disappointing to hear that, but they are some gamers. They know what they need to do, and they might be able to find something. But look at this RD versus 51. I think we remember this fight happening, and as it happened in game 2. History is repeating itself time. So 51 and RD. I think RD just has to, next time they drop, look around and see, oh, if there is 51, run. Fly the other direction because,
run.
Yeah. Oh, it's not ideal to get taken out like that.
Yeah, losing already an early member. I mean, granted, they've only lost 1 player, so it's not the end of the world for them, but still losing that player early really doesn't help your late game. We saw that in the previous game, where just losing anything early is that difficult position. In the previous game, Red Death having problems, R9 having problems early. Just don't have your name start with an R, and maybe you have a good early game. I think that's the cheat here in Arena Esports.
Wow. I mean, I like it. If that's the strat, I will make sure to stay away from the letter R, everybody. But looking at some of these players, we are looking at these guys go for a repeat, a rehash. Vaz, though, grabbing the pick down. 1 king, grabbing 1, but the trade-off immediately comes through. And I think everyone is at that red bar. They do not have a lot. Senior, the last player standing for their team. You get downed, well, your team's definitely not going to be back up.
He's in the middle of like 3 different 1 king members as well. Only one of them is fairly close, so at least that's a saving grace. But 2 of his teammates have just been finished off. A 3rd one will now fall. He is about as alone as it gets. And as he throws that smoke, he may have just been seen. As of right now, if I'm seeing my map correctly, the closest player is the one he was just looking at. If not, one off to his left in a different compound. But there are a couple that are fairly close to him. Diaco is the 2nd closest one. but they are going to start to swarm anytime soon. I don't think senior's all that long for this world, and as they stand up, they've been seen, and they're dead. RD and R9 exit in last and second to last place, respectively, or second to last and third to last, in back-to-back games. That is absurd. Wow. Okay, sorry. Red Death placed last game. R9 placed second to last. Here, because Triple Esports died early, it's Red Death and R9 to exit fairly early. I think Red Death is still alive, but only barely.
It's pretty crazy. I like what we're seeing. These guys are just real gamers, really locking it in. But looking at how this game has gone, looking at where everybody has kind of competed, 51 doing what 51 does, this has been a decent slow burn, I'd say. I mean, we've been in the game for 5 minutes and there's still 14 teams remaining with 52 players remaining. Usually when we have a lot of teams up, it's the player count that has been dwindling, but lots of players have been able to keep it back. I know that this is one of the larger maps and a little bit more spread out when it comes to loot, so you're not going to have as many issues regarding like early aggression, early fights. But as this is the only time we're going to be seeing this map, nice driving skills, we should be able to see them balance each other out soon. But 9K, wait a minute, should be able to keep their energy going. This is a team that we saw really well in that early game that got shut down.
You remember how I said we should come back in like 8 minutes? It's been like 3.5, and they still haven't done a single thing to each other because everybody's just waiting on either roofs or inside of buildings. And as soon as a different team shows up, something's going to happen. A little bit of damage from a DBS from like 30 meters is going to do a whole lot of nothing, but this is a fight that's been brewing for a while, and I think it still needs some time in the oven. Yeah. CONQUEROR has fallen into the same trap of doing nothing inside of a compound. Oh no.
Well, we don't want that. We don't want that. But it's what we get, unfortunately. I will say, based off of how this game went through, based off of the way these players like to duke it out, I want to ask you one question and one question only.
Okay.
Do we think CONQUEROR is going to be staying in the top 5 with this strategy they're pulling through? Or is this a risk?
Right now, they're not even getting fully involved in this fight. The fact is that they are not overcommitted by any means, and they still have a decent bit of isolation in their favor. The problem is, because Painan really forces you to loot on both sides of the canal, it could be a problem for them long term, where they don't have as much loot. And the fact that they haven't won this fight, nor even taken it, means they haven't taken any extra loot over top of it. So for any further fights, they'd be at a natural disadvantage. That's the only problem I foresee. You can see a little bit of a disengage for them as well. A couple players going up towards the top of that hill. Not even really to it, just towards it. So they do seem like they don't want to play as much into this fight. However, I still think they're going to be okay. I don't think top 5 is a guarantee for them. I never do. However, right now they sit on 25 points. The next closest team is R9 at 19, and R9 just got eliminated. So they have a 12-point buffer to the next team that's alive. They should be okay. They'll be fine.
Should be. Hopefully. Hopefully they're going to be okay. I mean, when it comes to actually getting into firefights...
Okay, maybe not. What?
Maybe not. I was going to say they usually take those firefights, but unfortunately they just took the fire, got burnt up into a crisp. But look at this. We are seeing more teams kind of go into Painan here and wanting to gank 9K. 9K on the roof. Oh, this is a repeat of game 1. Just with different teams. Well, actually 9K is one of those teams. But they're pushed out. They can't. They have to leave now. Eventually, right?
Well, it's only stage 2. I don't know, CONQUEROR has already left, so maybe there's a saving grace for one of them. But still, it's one of those what the heck's going on here kind of syndromes. ONYX in the general vicinity now, starting to approach or encroach, if you will. And maybe 9K start to run into that risk. It should be them still escaping with their lives. I don't see any main problems developing here unless they really start to get pincered by ONYX. But it doesn't seem like anybody wants to commit to this position, mainly because of how isolated it is and how easily it can be overrun by multiple teams.
Looking at that, we're seeing shots fired, and actually another player, CONQUEROR, down another one. And that's because 1KG, they've managed to find them out for the count. This is the same strategy 51 did in game 1 to 9K and NIGMA Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, speak of the devil, just had Freak get downed here. So with 14 teams remaining and Freak now down, I think Enigma Galaxy will be a team that has less points than there are games played.
And they already do have less points than there are games played. They're at 1. 9K is in the same boat.
God.
However, 9K just built up a second point, but we're in game 3. So, I don't know. It's that weird 6 and 1 half dozen other kind of thing. Shots down. Oh, what a readjustment from Huzaifa. They do find a down. I think they're going to be walked in on by Shroud from a distance. No. It seems like Virus will fully lose that member, and Huzaifa will get credit for that kill. And just like that, 2 points overall right now, at least as it stands for Guts and Glory in this game.
Wow. Let's see it then. We do have GG trying to, take it extra slow. No one's really in front of them, though. So they're just waiting for the members of the outskirts to fall back into the circle, which is an old school strat, and it does pay off pretty well. But overall, this map has been pretty slow, and we are seeing the play zone now trying to pinch them even tighter and tighter. So let me ask you a question as someone who's definitely worked PUBG more than I have time. I'll show my age here. What do you think the stage that changes the game most is? Like, at what point do stages even matter?
So on larger maps, it's usually around stage 5, but here on this one, it'll be as stage 4 fully closes and turns into stage 5, where you'll really see, I think, the most drastic change. That's only if a lot of these teams are out of position. So like one thing we saw in Erangel was a lot of teams surviving for an extended period of time, longer than they would normally, for the main reason that there were a decent bit of compounds still available in the last couple zones, and then the following zone is when a lot of teams all died. I think it was like 3 or 4 teams dying all in maybe 35 seconds. That may be the case here, where they survive an extra zone or survive an extra stage, if there are a couple extra zones or extra places to survive available in that final zone. It really all comes down to the RNG of positioning and what's available for these teams to take. Because I thought maybe not the greatest of ideas to take that fight. You also have a McLaren next to you that's very nearly going to explode. So understandably, they'll go heal. 51 again involved in a gunfight, this time with RPG. Last game's a winner.
Wow. All right, decent stuff here. But can expect them now to get into a little bit of a split. Looking at Oxar, looking at Ravens here. This is a team that I know from their days in the MENA Counter-Strike region. Obviously not the same players, but I like the fact that they have been pretty consistent in the middle of the row. But are they going to be able to get away from G4? This is Greedy for Kills, and Greedy for Kills, they kind of need these kills. They're bottom of the barrel right now, and, someone just died to getting run over.
Yeah, it's happened before. We've even seen a player
I
run
love seeing it, though. The icon for it is the funniest thing.
Madi, why are you out in the open like that? You have no help. I don't know if they're going to survive this. They've got about half a second. Yep, they're dead. Amadi down.
Wow.
Greedy for Kills has lost yet another member, and I believe they're down to just 2. Notably enough, just some housekeeping things. No, they are down to 3. Housekeeping things, we've gone through 3 zones. We've lost 2 players. We also have 2 other language broadcasts being run for this event. If you go over to our Arena Esports YouTube, if you're already there and you're watching this, you can click on the live tab inside of the YouTube channel. We are running this in both Arabic and Urdu. We are also running it in Arabic on the Arena Esports Twitch channel. So if you prefer Twitch, you have Twitchtober or something, or you want to watch it in a different language. Regardless, we have it on both YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/Arena Esports, or go to the different lives if you're already on our English version of the YouTube channel.
Yeah. Do that. Now, we are going to be seeing more people get picked off. One King finally dropping OXR again. This is going to be this Ravens having a little bit of an issue. This hut, not exactly the best place to hide in, especially when you're facing off with One King. And split off, you got one to your left, and a nade right to the feet. Oh, that was a clean one. And the same time that nade came through, the entirety of OXR is now gone. That is a team eliminated in 13th place. So no points for them, except for the, I believe, 2 Liams. Wait, no.
They're in 14th.
Not done? 14th place. So another team immediately got down as well.
Right after them, Guts and Glory ended up being taken down. And now, I think 9K is gone. If not, H2E. H2E may have just been taken out as well in 12th. So a couple teams all dying around that same notion. I said it, end of stage 4, beginning of stage 5. That's when this game really starts to ramp up. We're midway through stage 4. It's already starting. We're down to 10 teams. And it seems like Clear Vision, they're the ones that go down at 11.
Wow. Did not anticipate that. I will be 100% with you. I really was not.
You didn't listen to my prophecy. Oh, this is going to be when everybody dies. Is that 51 gone? No, it's one king. One king's down in 10th.
You know, I did listen to the prophecy, but I'm never a man of superstition. But I gotta maybe trust you. You are the oracle of
RTG
PUBG
dead.
Mobile.
What is going on?
Oh.
Everybody and their mother has died. RTG's gone. Red Death, I think, has just gone down in 8th. RTG didn't even get placement points in this game. They went from 30 points, and 10 of them being from the winner chicken dinner, to placing outside the top 8. What has just transpired in the span of quite literally a minute 30 seconds? CONQUEROR Rock is even down, and they're in 7th.
But 51's still standing, so this is their road to getting to first place. I mean, that's what they want. They have 6 elims, 3 players still up. I mean, that's who I'm favored right now. I think they have a pretty consistent way to push in to get some upgrades. Honestly, though, I do think that they're going to need to start getting some better loot soon, as a lot of these teams have significantly higher tier armor, and you might be caught out with a dome to the head. But Knights, we actually haven't. This is Knights. They're vying for 5th place. At least that's what I have seen them do in the first 2 games. So let me ask you. Let's see if they're going to be able to jump in with this game. They do have to get past 51, but 9K taking a little bit of heat there.
Hey, 9K is going to get placement points. They've already picked up a couple kill points. This will be their first game with placement points. They have officially surpassed the total of how many points they've picked up in a total game. And at least some benefit is there. Knights team looking good with position. They will have to start moving. That's exactly what happens now as the zone starts to close. And there's greedy for kills, sorry. Starting to take out 9K from a different angle. And NIGMA Galaxy getting involved in the conversation. They'll pick up placement points for the first time as well. And with help from 51, they'll even take out Knights team. There's 51 building up more points. Make it 6 kill points now as it stands.
Wow. I mean, they know what they want to do. They want to get these kills. They want to try to just keep going in. Greedy for kills. Finally living up to their name. I know that you asked the question, are they going to be? Well, looks like one of them isn't. Nazar getting finished off. And it looks like another one down as well. Virus back online. We haven't seen Virus really pull through early into these games. This has been a little bit of an upset. Wait. NIGMA Galaxy, they're still alive. That never happens.
So I said them and 9K are going to bring up placement points for the first time. Greedy for kills are down in 6th place. So we're losing more and more. And just like that, NIGMA Galaxy and 9K have gone from tied for dead last to now getting involved maybe in the top 10. Unfortunately, losing Coops there doesn't really help their case. It's down to just Radif and alone against multiple teams from multiple angles. Not promising by any means, but they do have an already exploded car in front of them. Maybe that helps them in the long run.
I think it might. I just think it will. I know that this team is splitting off, might be able to find some decent amount of damage. And look at that, Tingo is down, but they do find a ton of damage regardless. And might be able to knock one. And yeah, knocking them opens it up for these players to be able to finish them off. Virus combination, everyone here is just kind of working it. 3 teams, 7 players remaining. We are now in 3 teams to cook. And Kevin smokes off his teammate, needs to pick up Tingo ASAP. They need all 3 if they want to go for the victory.
They're also looking for more and more kill points if they can find it. As of right now, Virus have the advantage, positional-wise, at a bare minimum. NIGMA Galaxy down to 1 member, and 51 have just picked up their 3rd, so Tingo will survive that earlier engagement. But the fact is, Virus has a much better current situation. I think Paya may have just been seen, so that could be a disadvantage they're running into. But Radif being naded, will that one land? That's the question. It'll be ever so close, but on the wrong side of the rock. And Radif, for the time being, will survive and get a first aid kit off. But I don't know how long they are for this world, as they may very well exit in 3rd place in short order.
Let's see then. If they need to get into third place. Well, still standing. Hold up. If they get
That's a
Kevin,
kill.
that's massive. They're now at 5 elims with the Molly.
He's on fire.
Molly is he gonna finish him off?
No.
Oh,
He just barely survives, but he gets
another one.
Oh no!
Iris gets 2 kills with their nades. They kill Tingo and they kill NG. And if NIGMA Galaxy is down, then that's gonna leave only a 2v3. Sorry.
No, it's 1. No, the nade ended up finishing off Tingo, or it downed him at least.
Downed him. So good luck, Idol. You're gonna need it. Or Dulcie.
Dulcie.
Sorry.
Never mind. Yeah, they're gone. This is such a dominant singular game from Virus. Before this, they had a total of 8 points. They will escape this game with a minimum of 16, if not more, at the end of the day. It comes down to what the final kill total was. But they were kind of standalone. They were standoffish at a bare minimum. They were just outside the top 8, I believe, sitting in 9th place. And just like that, they skyrocket themselves even further upward. Them, honestly, Greedy for Kills did better. NIGMA Galaxy and 9K did better. As soon as RTG and 51 Squad couldn't show up as much, it's a much better game, but 51 Squad still places second. They should be in a standalone spot for first now.
Yeah, and that is a wild setup here for them to now move in, and I'm just excited that we're going to be able to jump right on forward. So one thing that I will say, it's shocking that RTG wasn't able to compete the same level that they did before, but that's a one-off of their map. Now, I know that we should be able to jump in just a little bit here into a break, actually. Just a little bit. So I know that we are going to be switching things out. So we'll be right back, everybody. And when we come back, expect highlights, expect an updated scoreboard, and expect some more PUBG Mobile.
Let's do this, Abu Dhabi! 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 Let's do this, Abu Dhabi!
We're 3 games through our last monthly final, and as always, the conversation is consistency. R9 Esports win Game 1, 19 points in the cards, and since then have placed second to last in back-to-back games on Miramar and on Sandhawk. I'm Time to Light, and alongside me here is Edu for our Arena Esports monthly finals, our last of them presented to you by Etisalat by EN with AD Gaming, our strategic partner, and of course Playtonia, our broadcast partner. I gotta say, Edu, this is a daring monthly final, and one that is surprising on multiple fronts, and for both good and bad reasons.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been an exciting day. Let's take a look at those highlights that have made it what it is. Of course, this is the highlights from our previous game on Sandhawk, and I gotta ask you, you know, with how we saw this, were you expecting the outcome of so many of the top hitters eliminated very early on and to open the door for potential new arising up-and-comers?
No, honestly, for a couple of these teams, not really. I wasn't expecting as much from NIGMA Galaxy there. I'm really happy to see they placed top 5. They ended up picking up 3rd. 9K Esports ended up picking up that 5th place position as well. They had a combined 2 points. And from placement points alone, they picked up 8. So, much better showing overall. NIGMA Galaxy even had 5 placement points. Overall, if I'm doing my math correctly, they should have had 10 points overall, which is, I don't know, decent. Not great. They still need a lot more if they want to be able to make it to that top 5. But better, to say the very least. And that has to be the case for these next 2 games, because they just have to play better. They had 1 point in Erangel and Miramar the first 2 times. If that happens again, they will be nowhere close to the top 5. And a team that is arguably top 10 in Middle East and North Africa overall won't even be able to make a top 32 position in towards us.
Yeah, I mean, that is where we're getting to. Arena Esports has really scouted out some of the best teams in the world, at least in a lot of these regions. So, you know, knowing that they're trying to gather the best of the best, well, here's what happens when you're the best of the best. Yeah, you could be the top team in your region. Well, what if that region is now spanning seven more countries, or, you know, touching into some regions that, you know, have some solid rosters and bigger, better funding, little things like that. They add up. They do. And now you're seeing that these teams sometimes just don't play at the same level that they normally do. I will say, however, that I am very happy about the outcome we see from most of these players. I think that at the end of the day, they're proud that they've made it this far, no matter what. I mean, just to get to this point, they have won qualifiers, which are decent amount of prize pools in themselves. Obviously not the 500,000 AED level prize pool, but pretty solid to see that. So, you know, getting to this point, celebrating the fact that they have made it this far, even if they don't move on, they're doing pretty well. But I know that we do have, I believe, the scoreboard or the game for our next map coming up here, and it is going to be the scoreboard overall on Sandhawk. So, yep. So this is actually Virus Esports took it. 51 squad. Still, I mean, they are so consistent. Every time they're like 2nd to 5th. Every time.
They're up there. They pick up 2nd this time around. They will go up to a lot of points overall. I believe they're up at 43 now in totality. CONQUEROR Iraq not in the top 8 for the first time today. Gotta say, a little surprising on that front for them. Not great in terms of their point totals, because again, they came into that game with 25 total points and with 51 squad running away, and RTG already a few points above them. Not great in the grand scheme of things for them. Red Death end up picking up 4 points overall, much better for them and their totality. I gotta say, a couple teams that did better, a couple teams that needed to do better, but overall there were improvements for the teams that kind of needed it, except for maybe 2 or 3. Clear Vision also being in that conversation. Not enough for them.
Yeah, Clear Vision, you know, that was another one of those teams that was shouted out as most likely candidate to progress here early on. Surprisingly, not very efficient. Triple Esports as well, another team that I had expected a lot more from, but RTG, I mean, that's an upset. 0 points. So uncharacteristic of them. Just straight up wow, though. I mean, it's not every day where you get knocked down and there's not a chance to get up again. But they are still, I believe, our 2nd point leader here. So no matter what, I think they're going to be doing fine.
Yeah, they currently still hold 2nd place standalone. It's not particularly close. CONQUEROR Iraq is the next closest. But yeah, this is wow. Virus even stepping up. 8 points total through games 1 and 2. They currently hold 24 and 4th place alone. Tied for 5th is R9 and Knights as well.
Wow. I mean, looking at this though, R9 Esports. They won versus Conqueror Rock in game 1. So of the top 5, 3 of which have won a game, and 2 of which have always come second, or consistently come second, so, or third. So looking at that, consistency is king. It is managing to be the number 1. Imagine being slotted number 1 right now with 0 wins under your belt. That is a bold statement that 51 has made. They have been the most consistent team and continue to be the most consistent team. Now, talking about inconsistency, overall scoreboard, Triple Esports allowed NIGMA Galaxy, 9K, Red Depth, all of the 9 RDs coming through, and even Team 2 H2E. Triple Esports, nothing from them yet.
No, there are a couple
No
teams
placements.
where there's just not great. And yeah, Triple Esports was the one team I wanted to bring up. They're stuck at the bottom now of the barrel. 9K even passing them, and the 0 placement points is the real conversation point I want to bring up for them, because they just have not had enough overall, and that's been the main problem point. They just have not had the points they need from multiple different facets. If they had those placement points, maybe you're looking at 12, 13, 14 in the general area of where they should be. Not the case here, and that's their main issue.
Yeah, it is a big issue, though, to not say the least. The way that these players have been able to really not find their footing in a tournament where getting into the top 9 or top 8 for placements, in my opinion, based on what we saw RD do in game 1, based on what we saw, Conqueror Rock do, it's not hard to go for placements. It's hard when you're going for kills. And this team of Triple D, they constantly are getting gunned down. Yeah, Triple Esports. They're constantly getting taken out in the early stages because of, in my opinion, a vast aggressive style that is not being met or matched by their ability to actually hold the aim down. Like if you're going to be aggressive, you can't be shut out. You can't be down for the count that consistently, and that's unfortunately what they are going with.
Yeah, and there are a couple winners and losers from that game. I think a couple of the losers from that game were Clear Vision and Triple Esports. Clear Vision dropped 2 places. They were sitting over in 10th place. They're now down to 12th. 9K is one of the winners. They go from tied to dead last to up to, well, I believe that's 13th. So better showing for them. But the main team that was the real loser of that game, again, having 0 points in now 2 consecutive games, is Triple Esports. They had 7 kills in game 1. They had 0 points, but they placed ninth. They were just on the outside of it. We were thinking, oh yeah, into game 2 they have a better option or opportunity. Into game 3 maybe they have that same opportunity. Not the case. They go from 7 points in game number 1 and first, second, third, and 5th place. They were in 5th place after game number 1. They then went down all the way from 5th to 12th, and then from 12th all the way down to 16th because of tiebreakers. Yes, they're on 7 points alongside H2E, but 0 placement points is that real conversational factor. And I think it will be again in this game. This is problem. This is a problem.
This definitely is a problem. It is the problem for them to try to balance it out through. Now, looking at the overthrough, I want to know, can these players be able to, have any kind of a resurgence moving in? Obviously, what we did expect to see was pushing them forth into a real rough position. I want to see more from this team on Triple. Obviously, there's no reason for them to be like not knocked down. However, looking at Triple, their odds of getting to the top 5 negligible unless they pull out what RTG did in game 2.
Yeah.
Unless they get a 30-point game, they're not even competing. Which is, it sucks to say. It's a little bittersweet because we know that this team is, very consistent in other tournaments, but here at the monthly qualifier finals, it's just not there.
I wanted to bring up NIGMA Galaxy as well again, because we were talking about them earlier, having that 1 placement away from even making the finals at the end of the day. And as we go into this next game, that has to be the case for them. Will Triple Esports be able to bring up that redeeming quality? Will NIGMA Galaxy have enough of a quality game to bring them even in towards the near area of the top 5? That's the real question as we take a look at our map. We're headed back to Erangel. This is the last time we will see this map. Miramar soon to come as our final map of the day and of the monthly qualifiers. We've dispatched of invitational qualifiers. We've since passed our last open qualifier. This is the last monthly qualifier here of the Arena Esports series before last chance qualifiers, playoffs, and then soon to come grand finals as well.
Well, good luck, have fun. This is a map we've already seen. Now, with a different path, this could change things. Last time we actually watched this map happen, no one went to the military base, which is one of the best places for loot. This time, not a soul has managed to make it through. Wait.
RTG, maybe. Groza is going
RTG?
very south. And H2B
Groza,
is going
yeah.
back to Novo. This is something we saw H2B do last time. I didn't really want to bring it up because it wasn't all that much of an important factor. Now it is. Look at the zone. So zone is somewhat east. Novo Repinore, or however the heck you pronounce it. I call it Novo. The east side of the military island is in the zone. So bridge camping and or boat camping for later could be an important factor. But that means Milta or Milta Power is most likely where this zone will close. This will be a fun game, and one that ends much quicker. I said Zone 5, maybe into Zone 6 is your normal cutoff. Here, we'll probably see that happen around the early part of Zone 4, similar to Sanhok, just because of how little of the zone is playable as of right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the zoning here, definitely an odd one. Not ideal compared to where the previous zone was. I mean, it was ideal for Conqueror Rock. They sat in one fort the entire time. But now, yeah, we're looking at a little bit of an oddball. Now, I do want to see what else this team is going to be able to do as we see fights already out. So this is Triple's time to shine. And everyone's going down.
This is Triple Esports close range. They're down to 2. This is clear vision. 2 separate teams that are in the bottom 8 by a very large margin. There's a couple teams around Yasnaya Polyana, and they're in more cahoots with one another. One King, I think 9K is there as well, and whoever the green team is near them. But there's Triple, close range with clear vision. Shotguns will look to reign supreme. Will they hit? Yes, they will, but it's for clear vision. Triple Esports, they find 3 kills, and yet they will still die in dead last place in 2 consecutive matches. They didn't place 0. They didn't place a 0. At a bare minimum, they picked up points, but it just wasn't enough. I think that is a write-off for Triple Esports, barring a RTG 30-point miracle for them in game number 5. That's probably it.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase "that's probably it" never something that an esports team wants to hear regarding their gameplay. But, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. It also happens to the worst of us. Hopefully these guys aren't going to continue to be the worst of us. But let's see if they will continue into this next game with maybe a shot at maybe shutting down some of these big names. That's the funny thing that happens in these battle royales. The team that's in last place somehow turns on their monitor, turns on their phone case right before the final game, and just completely shuts down someone else's momentum. And I love watching that. It's always so funny to me.
Oh, so the other team around here is Red Death with 9K and 1 King. But Red Death has already lost 2 members. That's the main problem for them. And with 9K being around 1 King here, this is becoming a little bit more advantageous for Red Death. Because 9K, I believe, is down to 2. So is 1 King. And if RD can just walk in, maybe find a couple kills, will the nade land? Surprisingly, no. I don't know where the heck it went, but it did not do damage. The spray through doesn't either. But there will be a shotgun from Kree. They'll find a follow-up for Diaco. And just like that, 9K's down to a single member. And here comes Red Death. And it seems like it has been discovered. No, it hasn't. Oh, but 1 King's all the way back up to full strength. It may not matter.
Wow. So look at this. Diaco just grabbing 9K. Just grabbing him. Just taking him out. Taking him out back, shooting him the old-fashioned way. Now, looking at this next push-up, I do see that we have a decent push from both teams here. Now, looking at, I guess, RD, they
won't fight this.
They're not going to fight this. They've made that mistake too many times. They know when to pull out. They know when to fold them. They know when to hold them.
Their goal there was hoping that 9K would make it a more contentious fight. What Red Death was doing was they were encroaching a little bit while watching the kill feed. If you see on the kill feed a couple kills go both teams away, if 9K is on both the receiving and dishing end of things, then you start to get aggressive, then you start to be involved in that fight. However, because 9K just had a clean sweep against them and nobody else showed up in the kill feed, Red Death knows that is not a winning duel. We only have 2 players, we'd have to make the noise, we'd have to get there, and we'd have to expose ourselves, and unfortunately in the process, they've stuck around too long, and inside of the hospital, their positions, I believe, are duly noted by sound cues alone. I don't know if they make it out of this one alive. This is a problem. If One King even finds a whiff of the fact they're here, which I think they already have, I don't know if Red Death is going to be able to get out of here with their lives intact.
Yeah, that's a risky bunch of business, to say the least. But one thing I do like, though, is RD taking the highest of high grounds in this town. If they can just use some of these rifles that they have picked up and maybe drop a player like Shaho. Shaho is one of those players that has been very consistent in getting those kills. I mean, if they can get Dayako, I mean, that opens a whole new world. But there's no guarantees in how these teams have been competing, obviously. But 2 players down for RD. I don't want to rule them out for the count, but they're definitely not staying alive.
No, and it seems like with their position duly noted, yeah, it seems like One King is well aware of this. Shahir is just prone on the top floor, knowing their position is duly figured out. And at this point, what can you do if you were on this Red Death side? There's not a real easy position for you to hold down. The benefit is you are currently in a building and you have a decent bit of space between you and a closest building. So there's at least that level of I don't know if it's an advantage, more of a saving grace, I suppose. But at least there's something keeping you alive right now.
That's fair. I will say that is fair assessment of how these players have been able to balance it out. But one main idea that I have for what the strat that Shahir has, they are not in the closer part of the ring. So they're kind of just waiting out nothing. You know, their timing isn't going to match up with what they need to successfully get out of this spot that they found themselves in, unless they can just hope and pray that the opposite side, the other team, is going to leave them alone. It's just going to be like, okay, I'm not going to finish the job. I'm going to go focus on someone else. And that's when they push. The problem with that, they got 50 seconds left.
Yeah. I was talking about the zone pulling east. R9 is one of those teams that is already occupying the entirety of Milta. I said Milta Power is probably our ending point. I'm sticking by that statement. However, it helps that the first zone hasn't even fully closed yet. The conversational point for this is, where do teams decide to go after this first zone closes? If Milta's still in the zone, then you're in a great position. If it pulls down south towards Nova or even into more of the water, then it's a completely different conversational point. You cannot shoot while you're in the water, unlike Fortnite or maybe other battle royales that you're aware of, or other regular games that you're aware of. You cannot shoot while you are occupying water that is not standing water. So don't force yourself to float, or you will probably sink, and not to your own will.
Makes sense. Try not to shoot and swim. Good effort.
Roshan fighting their ghosts, and now Red Death still occupying the hospital. Seems like they have taken a decent bit of a fight. The issue is, I don't know if they're aware that there's a player on the backside of the hospital right now that is about to walk into it. If they are, it's a great position for them. They've even done some damage. Hey, they've even found it down. CR dispatched of, and maybe there's a saving grace for them just yet. However, the player on the backside of this building, I think, has been seen, and yeah, their nade even duly noted. This is still an okay position for Red Death, despite the fact that they are outnumbered, outgunned, and outpositioned. Surprisingly enough, they're still alive.
That's good news. How is RD still here, though? Like, that's the real question. It's like what's the game plan? What's the final blow that they're gonna have to go through?
With the zone, that's got to be the cutoff. I mean, the extent of heals for Shahir at a bare minimum is 3 first aids. A nade has just come in through Buzz It. I don't know if another nade is soon to come. Does Daiko have one to line up? That's the question. If they don't, they'll probably walk into the building. RTG seems to be fairly safe here. They do have a couple teams somewhat close range. A couple north of them, one south inside of Milton. We saw them earlier. But for the time being, somehow Red Death is still not dead.
Yeah, If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, they have a strat. It's working for them. They don't have to do much to change anything. And I understand that that's a solid play.
The Molotov, he's aware though. Buzzet somehow makes it out of there without taking any damage. At a UMP close range, this is not an absurd position for them to hold, but they end up walking into the fire unintentionally. They'll have to pop a bandage only, but they're being encroached upon. Their position no longer safe. They'll have to reposition. They're down to just 1 HP, and they're down to no ammo in their UMP. CRF trying to find revenge, and they will. Buzzet will still find a kill. At a bare minimum, Red Death will build up points, make it 2. Shahir finds a second, and just like that, it's a 1 versus 2, technically a 2v2 if they can find the res.
Wow. I mean, they know what they need to do, and they might be able to finish it off pretty consistent, pretty clean. Let's see here.
Uh, 51? Even losing a member? Who's near them? That's the question. Close range, Conqueror Iraq, at least one player's close. The rest of the team just doesn't seem to be in the conversation. A DBS versus a Spaz close range. Pick your poison on that one. A blink from behind, 2 separate members swinging this. This is a perfect bait and switch setup. Unfortunately, shot is low, but the reswing is still there. Tingo will find the shot they're looking for, and Golden is dispatched.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that 51, I mean, they're doing what they do. They're consistent, but what a shot. Spaz coming right up from above. Might be able to find another one, and Tingo downed, finished, and dead for shot. It's now just up to Kevin here. His teammate is downed. Actually, no, his teammate's not down, just 1 HP. But that nade could be perfect.
There's a flank coming from the other direction. They need to be aware of this. This is a problem. Multiple different avenues of attack for multiple different teams. RTG is here, Conqueror Iraq is here, Guts and Glory is here, and I think that's a 3rd, maybe 4th team getting involved in the conversation. Yeah, Greedy for Kills is even in this conversation. And 51 has sent Dulcie a different direction, and Kevin is just sitting on the backside of a rock formation. I'm no expert, but this is not the safest place to hold. Surprisingly, I think he's going to stay alive for another 20 or 30 seconds, but I mean, R9, their east side of Milta has turned into an even further east side of Milta as the zone is pulled a little bit further north, just the same.
Oh, wait. That crate, that loot crate dropped right on Virus. Virus was just handed a free upgrade. There's no teams to compete with it. That's just lucky. Virus being incredibly lucky in last game and now doing it again. They're on their way, though. They've already looted, I believe.
Red Death has lost Buzzet, so it's down to just 1. I believe it's Shahir who's alone.
Dulcie's down for 51. RTG has finally found them.
No, Dulcie was the one that went a different direction. Kevin was the one that stuck around, so Shahir is dead. Red Death will exit in 13th place, so not a great showing for them. One that they'll probably write off as well. But Kevin is still alive. He was the one sitting on the close side of that rock formation. Dulcie, ironically, the one that ran away, was the one that died.
Okay. So, lesson learned, when lost in the woods, hug a tree. This is the same thing you say every single time. If you're lost at a Walmart, stay in the cereal aisle. Don't ask me why I know that. I've lost a lot of people in a Walmart.
I always went for the candy aisle. That was the agreement.
That was the agreement? Yeah, but the thing about it is, like, my mom's really superstitious. It's like, okay, if someone was going to kidnap me, where would they be looking for kids? That's what I thought.
That's a really decent point. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's a smart one. Nice job, Mom.
Thank you. So, as we were getting into this round, as we're going forward, I do want to see how GG is going to be able to keep it up. GG, they started off game 1 really strong. They're on the same map now, and they even spot out another team that they need to not have to worry about in the late game. If Ravens stay, then that's a almost guaranteed 5th place for them, at least in the current placements. But
by the way, for all of you who are wondering where the heck are we on the map, if I'm seeing this correctly, I believe we're just on the north side of Yasnaya. That, or we're around the north side of Milta Power. Now, it is Milta Power. So we're around Milta Power where there's a little nook and, I don't know, a bay, I suppose would be the correct term for the water formation here. It's weird. We're in like the peninsula of Milta Power, and then the north side of it towards the south side of Lepavka. There's a decent bit of POIs around here. there's also a decent bit of flanking this side. You were talking about GG. They currently occupy the backside of the ONYX Ravens, who are not safe. Virus still has to rotate through from this position, which is the north side of Milta. And they have Kevin, who just sprinted across. R/Tails from Kevin, getting in a car and running around solo.
That's pretty funny. I will say this. That's pretty funny. Everybody's got so many cars, though. Like, and plus, I like that, you know, so I was casting Free Fire, and Free Fire is a game where the cosmetics are crazy. We had Saitama 360 no-scoping people from the top of a rooftop because they have like a bunch of cover from in collaborations with other anime and other environments. So it gets weird. But at least in PUBG Mobile, it's just, oh, you want a Bugatti? Sure, why not? Here's your car. All right, here's some rainbow Dougie. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think that they go too crazy in it.
So reasonable. And it's only a slight cosmetic change for a lot of these. Sometimes it just barely changes the overall landscape of the car. So it's not like a pay-to-win kind of advantage. Sometimes it is. It doesn't make your car any faster, unfortunately. Virus just got ran over by themselves. It was Paya, unfortunately. Nice job to them. I don't know if One Shot's going to be able to get in here safely, though. They will have to run around the backside of the building and hopefully pick up their teammate. Kevin is around here as well. He's still alive. And I was talking about Milta Power probably being the finish. I love being right, because Milta Power zone closes are the arguable best in the game.
Yeah, one thing though, look at how many vehicles they got going on here. This reminds me of what they did to the Parthenon in World War II, where they just filled it with explosives. This is not going to end out well for them. I mean, a little history lesson for you, but this is scary because they don't have enough cover. If those cars explode, GG's just dead.
There are 8 teams, all within 200 meters of each other. Maybe 9 if you count ONYX Ravens, 10 if you count RTG a little bit further south. Everybody is here. There's most of the lobby within a kilometer. And as this 4th zone is closing, this is about when everybody's going to start to die. CONQUEROR did live, and H2E did as well. They are going to be not much longer for this world. H2E will exit in 12th place, another unfortunate finish for them. Another team where we could say some problems mounting over multiple games. They are probably going to leave early as well. And RTG, a team that needs to start showing up because that singular game may not be their saving grace as much as they were hoping for. They are losing a couple members as well.
Wow, this is not looking ideal, but look at that. RTG still keeping it up, and that's going to knock down Nocti for this team of R9. One Kings might be able to find out where Huzza is shooting from, and actually decent lineup, decent angle onto Knights. But R9, they have 3 players downed. And did he just kill his teammate? No, that was RTG. That was RTG. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. This is some great feature about being colorblind. Really helps.
So R9 has dropped the predominant part of RTG, and I don't know how many current points RTG has in terms of kills, but it's not a whole lot considering our current kill feed monitoring. They haven't picked up a heck of a lot. R9 has picked up 3 of 4 members of RTG, and at this point we're down to 11 teams. Here's this stage 5 beginning to close in about 45 seconds or so, and Milta Power still seems like the final circle location. And all in all, some positions outside of Milta Power can seem to be favored a little bit more. Virus does not have one of those positions. They are just on the precipice, and they will have to move into, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all around them, and one of them is Kevin, 51. He's still alive somehow.
I just love how anticlimactic his name is Kevin. Oh, nice smoke.
Oh, he's getting walked on. Oh no, Kevin's gonna die. Everybody pour one out for Kevin. I don't know if he's gonna live all that much longer.
Kevin's got this. We said that in game 1. Just saying. And then Kevin proceeded to get
fair point.
I don't think Kevin cares. I really don't. I think Kevin is at the point where, yes, the odds are not against him. Or are against him, but he doesn't care about that. The dude pulled out 7 kills after he was the last player standing and got his team 3rd place.
I don't know. I think it's par for the course. It's Kevin. Although I think
Kevin.
He just died. So.
Oh.
Yeah. Down goes 51, and unfortunately 11th place. R9 just lost a couple members. They're losing some players at that. And at this point, R9 isolated off the far edge of the zone. I don't know if they're going to live through this. That's the problem. Knights have a much better position. They're on the outside of the zone, so the next one, when it closes, they'll probably have to move. But they only have one Kings around them. This is an okay position.
Yeah, honestly, I like what we're seeing. But what I would like more to see is QX leaving a building. It's not going to happen, but it'd be really nice to see. But now it's just two of them. Crazy and Reba.
Honestly, they're safe here. I'd be okay if CONQUEROR just stuck around. Honestly, they're in a decent position in terms of points. They want to go for placement points if they can find them, especially considering they only have 2 members alive. They want to make sure that other teams have to walk them down. Knight's team, maybe not so much. NIGMA Galaxy's just lost a member, and Crazy has just finished them. So there's an extra kill in total for CONQUEROR. But there's Knight's team again. There goes R9. And just like that, this is R9 losing more and more members as they walk in on more and more teams. It's not only GG, but also Knights in that conversation.
Wow. Virus one shot. Let's see what they can do. Kobe, this time it actually makes it through the building. Every time we've seen one shot through a nade for the past 3 games, it usually bounces right back to him. So that's great. But R9 gets Valves taken down. We still have, though. Wait a minute. NIGMA, they're here for it. They're ready to keep it going.
And a long walk around. They just saw Paya. This most important part of this is they are aware Paya is on the far right building. That building is not in the zone. There will have to be a slight rotation. But as R9 is occupied, as Virus will most likely be as well, NIGMA Galaxy could rotate. It comes down to whether Virus knows that NIGMA Galaxy is to their south, and A, how CONQUEROR gets in, and B, how Knight's team will try to rotate past one Kings. There are a couple teams in very specific fights, including the Knights now as they lose a member to Diaco, because one Kings, as we saw earlier, are down to 2 members. They do not have the greatest of personnel. However, they still have a greater position than the Knights team. Maybe not the greater aim, though, as Yasser will hit that shot.
Here we go. I like that GG still has 3 players standing. I'm honestly surprised. Look at how tight that mini-map is. Holy... How are there 8 teams still remaining? I mean, it was just 9 half a second ago. And they're keeping it moving, but one team is out.
One Kings.
24 players. Wow. And look at Virus. Great position here. And this is the problem when you have all these cars. Eventually, once people start realizing that they are a weak point, they can just break all the cover available. And there we go. 1 down. Keep it going. Virus still has 4 players left?
Yeah. And NIGMA Galaxy still alive to their south with 3 members. R9, I believe, is down to 2. So is CONQUEROR. OXR is down to just 1 technically because his teammate's down. And R9 has just lost yet another member. We're seeing a heck of a lot of players all fall at about the same time. NIGMA Galaxy somehow still alive on the south side. They have R9 around them. I believe Vaz is the last one alive for R9. Well, Knight's team is at full strength, and NIGMA Galaxy lucky to be so, at least almost narrowly.
Wow.
There's ONYX Ravens.
Here we go.
Place.
Great nade. It really just comes down to who can scare someone else out of the fight. But with nades like these, GG Knight stuck in this warehouse might be punished for it.
Let's see. R9 down to 1. And Guts and Glory at 3 if I saw correctly. Knights still have all 4. Virus still all 4. And NIGMA Galaxy have 3. So there are a couple teams that are obvious, oh, they're probably gone already. There goes R9 in 5th place. But Guts and Glory still have a decent position. Virus are in the greatest position currently, but it does depend on where this 7th stage zone will pull. It'll either go towards Knights or towards Virus. One of them will have a clear and obvious advantage in about 4 seconds' time. The real question is, who is it? Zone closes, it goes to Virus.
Oh, no. Well, I think...
Galaxy, actually.
Oh, okay. So NIGMA Galaxy, Virus is close enough where they can just invade NIGMA's space. And if they can invade NIGMA's space, then they should be fine here. One thing that I do know is that Salem has exactly what they need to do to break out. Unfortunately, only 2 nades remaining here time. And if they can get on through, then they should be all right. But the problem is that they're kind of stuck behind this tiny little half wall. And in 15 seconds, they're going to be forced out into the open.
So Virus will have to move. albeit a little bit. NIGMA Galaxy will have to move, but honestly, Guts and Glory, I'll recorrect myself. They seem to have the clear and obvious advantage. Knight's team will be able to play on the outside of that same building, but all in all, there are a couple teams that will have to drastically shift, and a couple teams that are perfectly fine where they currently are. This change may very well mean all the difference, and how that positional advantage is played by Knight's team, it isn't, at least not all that much. Lord will reposition, nade towards Yasser lands, but not for all that much. And Freak still out of the zone. NIGMA Galaxy, this rotation is going to be crucial.
All right, there it is. Nice. Great pick there. It's NGX grabbing him. Freak takes that one, but Lord immediately fallen yet again. Knights is just going for a 1-to-1 backup. I like the fact that they even have a care package drop in for coverage here. Now, if they can keep that going, they should be fine. But Knights, I'm shocked that they have not been forced out of their position yet. But GG, they've been chilling in this warehouse the entire time, dude.
The lack of movement for Guts and Glory seems to be their saving grace. Who needs to move? If my position ain't broke, why try and alter it or fix it? Molotov will land on the backside of the tree. That one misses. Knight's team actually hasn't tried to force themselves into this building yet, which is the most surprising part of this. But as this zone still closes, nobody's really been forced to move all that much. Virus moved a little bit. NIGMA Galaxy moved a little bit. But all in all, they've been in more than comfortable positions. And NIGMA Galaxy, in about 10 seconds, will have to move. And with a nade, they may now have the freedom to do so.
Nice. Freak grabs yet another. There are 3 down for Knights. This might be the final team Knights eliminated. But no, Virus is from the sidelines to clean it out, but they have to worry about their own forefront. It's going to be another pick here. Freak is finally out for the count. But GG, they've been in this building, and those cars finally coming to are getting absolutely demolished. Knights still standing. They can maybe pick up everybody if they just work it around. And yeah, GG Knights eaten out by the nades. We do have Virus getting dropped as well by nades.
GG's
and actually,
out.
Virus is out. Oh, wait, GG's out.
No, Virus is alive. GG's out. Their building collapsed on them. Lord is flanking around. Virus, I think, is on just 1 member. This flank with NIGMA Galaxy, it's down for them 1 member as well. And the Knights team, I think, is at full strength. They went from 2 members and NIGMA Galaxy completely trouncing them around the half walls to being at full strength and having the 2 remaining teams on just 1 member each. The nade won't land, but the shots from D7 will. And Paya is in a 1 versus 4 with an onslaught of teams running at them. Knight's team are well aware of where the final member of Virus is. The swing with the BDS will do it, and Knight's team will put a winner chicken dinner on the cards. They've finally broken the barrier and put themselves at the top of the tables.
Wow. Knights team took them a while to get started, but this is a team that has been very close to getting into the top 5 consistently back and forth here, but now jumping in here with only 1 game remaining. This is where we're going to be seeing the final and a little bit of a rough spot for a lot of the teams that have competed. However, RTG, a team that has fallen behind, is going to be going back to the map where they had the best score today. So I'm thinking that RTG, as long as they, know how to play that map, and obviously they do, they can secure themselves into the game yet again. But now that Knights is in the mix here and another team has won, which team do you think has fallen behind too much to be in the top 5 going into next game?
I'm not going to say they're out of the top 5, but RTG is one of those teams. RTG exited in 10th place last game. They really didn't have all that many points in terms of kills that I saw. And again, I'll say it, yeah, you can have 1 singular game that shows well for you, but if it's not enough at the end of the day, what are you going to do afterwards? And here for them, I think that's been the case. Them, 51 squad didn't do great, however, they should still be standalone first place. I want to talk more about the teams that really had a redeeming game, though. R9 looked much better. They had a good showing here compared to what we saw the last couple games where they placed second to last consecutively. That's changed. H2E, they didn't find what they were looking for. Honestly, nor did Triple Esports. There are a couple teams where I think we can say, barring a 30-point game, they're probably out. Those couple may very well be the case.
Yeah, I think there are definite still some players and some teams that are absolutely not in here. Team Triple Team, not existent in here. Still in the lobby though. Still another source of eliminations for other teams, or a source of a bane of existence. One thing that low scoring teams do in the final game is they just go for elims. You know, they go to try to punish some people. They can really put a, you know, just real knife in the side of a lot of the teams that are planning on trying to make it to the top 5. And I saw that happen when we cast Free Fire. I've seen that happen when I last cast PUBG. It just, every time you're at the bottom of the barrel, they're just like, we ball, we go for it. We got to jump right in and be as evil with it as possible. So time to light, I think that we are going to be seeing a very aggressive play style from most of the people in the bottom 12 is how I'm going to view it. Bottom 12, they want to run it down.
There are a couple teams that are still somewhat close that probably aren't going to be in the top 5. Virus should be okay. R9 will probably be that 6th place team as it stands, just narrowly on the outside, just because Knight's team finally got their win. But honestly, those couple teams, you're walking away and saying, how in the world did they escape? Or some others, how in the world does NIGMA Galaxy not die on the rotation earlier? They pick up an extra couple placement points because of it.
Yeah, they really do. I think that this is going to be an interesting way to see where the scoreboard goes. Can NIGMA Galaxy push back in with consistency? I don't know. I don't. They were so behind that are they going to be able to be in the top 5? No guarantee. Are they going to be in the top 8? Probably. But
yeah,
that's not what it is. Top 8 is what they've previously had to shine in for. You know, you talked about that team at the very start of today, and you said that that was a team that just barely went for placement, so they got into it. That was when they needed to get into top 8. Now they need to get into top 5. You can't skate your way on past. All right, this is in high school. You got to make sure that you really just pick up your pants and run right in. You know, so good luck to all the teams here. But looking at the scoreboard coming up soon, I'm going to be real excited to see who actually is placing. And you know, if I'm going to be a betting man, it's going to be after I see that scoreboard.
I got a couple that are not placing all that well. Your bottom 4, I think, are going to stay fairly consistent, maybe even bottom 5. Clear Vision, 9K, Red Death, H2E, Triple Esports. All of them placed bottom 5 of this game and were bottom 5 coming into this game.
Ooh.
It's those 5 teams are probably your direct outliers. Greedy for Kills did okay. I believe a 7th place finish for them, so 1 placement point, maybe however many kills they picked up. NIGMA Galaxy, it came down to kills for them. I said coming into this game, right about after game 2, that 32 or 33 is going to be your cutoff for 5th place. That's still the case. You're probably looking at 32, 33, 34. That floor will be your bare minimum if you want to make top 5, barring any real terrible showings from R9 or Knights into this next game. But as we take a look at our highlights, hopefully there are some redeeming qualities out of these showings, maybe that we've missed, because there were a couple players that just did not have it. Red Death had a couple kills, but they exited early. Maybe the same for a couple of these teams later on, but R9 had a decent bit of kills to show.
Yeah, I think R9, they did better than they had before, but it's really the team Virus. They've come into their own in these past 2 games. Going from the bottom to the top, it's what you want to see from them. So I'm expecting them to be able to lock it in this final game. And now the real question is, does RTG fall off? Do they get kicked out of the top 5? Because there's been enough games that they are the people I'm looking forward to the most in this one. This is the one where, you know, it's a repeat of the previous. It's the one where they've had a decent amount of success on, but they've been one and done bangers for one map, really. Yeah. Overall, they're not as consistent as 51. It's just, it's not the same level of competition that you're seeing from a lot of the other teams. And you need to, the top 5 teams. Is RTG one of the top 5?
As of right now, yes. Mathematically, at bare minimum. But yeah. Virus did okay in that game. R9 did decent. Knights did really well. I can say with almost all certainty, RTG will be in 5th place. After picking up a 30-point individual game, they will be at, well, honestly, at best 5th place. I think CONQUEROR Rack did better than 7 points. Virus definitely did better than 10. And R9, we saw them pick up more than enough, especially with those placement points the other day, and Knights picked up a 17-point victory. They'll be at 40. RTG, 4th or 5th is their most likely position, if not 6th. It's entirely likely that a team with a 30-point single game could be outside the top 5 after 4 games of play. And I gotta say, that's a little disappointing if you're seeing this in their perspective, because you look at how well they can play. Hopefully they do just as well, because we still have a game of Miramar, but it's one game of Miramar. Maybe you get hot dropped on and you die dead last. What happens? This is why we play multiple games of PUBG and not just one, because sometimes it is left up to chance.
Yeah, I think PUBG, it's a little bit up to chance, a lot of bit up to skill in how you position yourselves. If you're going to be running into problems, it's going to be who is in front of you on the scoreboard as we have it. Let's take a look.
How's it sit? Knights was 17, Virus was 16, NIGMA Galaxy ended up with a 3rd place finish after game 3. They're going to be up at 20 points. It is not unreasonable to say they could place top 5. And I cannot believe I'm saying that, because after 2 games they had 2 points. No, 1 point.
51 isn't even close to this list. That's wild. I mean, 51, they still are.
They're still in first.
they're still going to be up there. That's the funny thing, because Knights, Virus, and NIGMA, they're all teams that haven't really competed to this level, so they're not going to be knocked down yet. Now, looking over at the next page, we should be able to see these guys be able to... I assume that 9th is 51. They did get a decent amount of kills, but no. Like, where are they? Oh, they are the 12th. Okay, they got 2. They got 2 kills, but the placements is what puts ONYX Ravens above them. Understandable. Yeah. And they didn't place, so... That's the first time they haven't placed.
There are a couple teams where they just don't place at the end of the day. And this is a surprising notion for a couple of these teams. 51 squad, their couple points keeps them in first. 40 points for both Virus and Knights. Wow, 16 and 17 point game respectively. And RTG, 4th place, just narrowly staying above Conqueror Iraq. NIGMA Galaxy up at 20. I'd say anybody from 4th down is susceptible. I think the Knights should be safe, barring a miracle from 3 or 4 teams below them.
Yeah, they usually place run-of-the-mill. I can assume that they have averaged in games that they don't win. In the past 3 games before last game, they've been averaging about 7 points. So if they, say, get that average again and they hit the 7-point mark, 47, they are comfortably in the top 5. So, the only thing that I could see kicking them off is if everyone from 4 to 6 dominate.
Yeah, that has to be the case. You're also looking at whether One King or NIGMA Galaxy picks up a massive game. Both of them have the opportunity to do so, but the fact that they haven't yet is the surprising part. Guts and Glory is actually in that conversation as well. I think ONYX, Ravens, and above have an opportunity to stay alive. Everybody below them requires some level of divine intervention. I mean, it is the holiday season, but I don't know if it's going to be that much of a holiday miracle.
Yeah, not ideal. Real talk, Triple Esports, 0 placements the entire time. And in that entire time, only 10 kills. Really falling off there. RD, another team that, you know, I mean, the name starts with R. Good luck with that. Team H2E, I think, is doing, you know, not the best either. It's really down to kills. Kills matter. And when you played so many games, you got to try to get some points from getting those kills. I'm a little bit happy, though, that not a single team has been lacking the kill department, lacking the points compared to the amount of rounds we've played. It's very rare to see that happen, but we were on track for 4 or 5 teams for quite some time.
There are also a couple teams where you say, where is that consistency gone? One of them is Conquer Iraq. After that game, they did have a few points, in all fairness to them. Coming out of game number 3, they had 27. After game 4, they had 35. So they actually had 8 points. That's not unreasonable. And in the grand scheme of things, there's their consistency, so I lied. I just didn't really see them all that much in that game. The placement, I think, is really what saved them. But RTG, gone. 51 squad, surprisingly, not as redeemable. First place, you're looking at averages, give or take, 52, 53 points. Unless Virus or Knights just have a standout game. Obviously, there are statistical outliers. Naturally, we'll still have that bare minimum floor of 32, 33, 34 points for 5th place, but with Conqueror Iraq currently holding that position, R9 just outside, One King just outside, NIGMA Galaxy, Guts and Glory, ONYX Ravens, all of them have a shot, but R9 has the greatest opportunity to decide their own fate. Above them, everybody can just do decent, and they'll survive.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how they keep going. Now, who's going to survive in what order matters most. At this point, they're fighting for prize money. They're fighting to see who gets to immediately qualify for grands. Is 51 going to be able to be in the grands based off their consistency today? They are looking very heavily favored, but RTG, that's the team that dominated on this map previously. So they have the most amount of kills ever in Arena Esports. 20 kills in one game, killed a third of the lobby, and probably wants to do it again, especially knowing that if they don't, well, they're going to have to go through an entire playoffs, and that is no guarantee to getting them to grands. So
I mean, even then, they're not even safe for playoffs right now. They're 1 point away from 5th. They're 6 points away from 6th. This is not a safe position for them. Everybody below them has more than an opportunity. And as we go into our final game, Miramar is on the cards. Where does this head? We went straight south to north on the west side of the map. We'll go straight east to west on the north side of the map this time around. And it seems like just about everything's going to be in play from Los Leones North, Chimicera, La Riera. I'd say Los Leones is probably going to be the most occupied of the southern places. Red Death may go there again, but last time they went, they died. I don't know. Maybe you should change something up. That's all I'm saying. You haven't done well today. Go to a populated place, kill people, go to another populated place, kill more people. I feel like that's good.
I mean, that's such a good strat. Kill people. Click on things or tap on them with your thumbs. Honestly, I think you should be a caster. It might fit you.
Nah, I haven't really done it before. This is all new to me.
Yeah, I could tell. So getting into this game, looking at RTG spreading out, RD also spreading out here and trying their best to really find the shots. I want to see how they're going to be able to touch it up and shut it down with, of course, a decent amount of distance to travel. Look at that. We got RTG, or no, sorry, One Kings going up against the NIGMA Galaxy team next. So good luck. I like the fact that they... Wait, this is the exact same place they dropped last time.
Yeah, this is the same thing. This is El Pozo, where they're going to, like, see each other. They're going to run away from each other, and they're going to both die to different people down the line. And we're going to be like, wait a second, didn't we see them earlier? And we're going to be right. I feel like I'm just omniscient today.
Understandable. I'm looking at the score, and you said that one of the teams from the qualifiers got invited because another team couldn't make it on.
2.
Yeah, 2. One of those is RTG Esports.
Yep. The other one's R9.
Well, R9 I can understand, but RTG though. No offense to R9.
They're only like 6 points away from each other. That's the funny part. I think I brought this up after game 2 where RTG, oh yeah, they weren't supposed to be here. Oh wait, they are here with a 30-point game victory. R9, oh yeah, they're not supposed to be here. Oh wait, they could very well walk away with multi-finals victory, or at least playoffs qualification.
That's what they got to do.
Okay, so a brief look into the past. Last time we saw Miramar, RTG dropped 30 points. They won it with 20 kills. 51 squad placed second. They had a total of 6 kills. Conquer Iraq, they placed third with 5 kills. ONYX Ravens, fourth with 4 kills. Conquer Iraq, third with 4 kills. ONYX Ravens, fourth with 5 kills.
I'm sorry,
and Virus with isolated players.
I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm just watching the side of NIGMA Galaxy jump into vans the second their teammate dies, and they have been booking it off cliffs, and they have crashed twice on their way out.
2 seconds. And Diaco just got downed by a Car 98K.
Finally.
Oh yeah, get sniped. I think that is the only... Okay, I think I can say this with somewhat confidence. In 5 games, I think that is the only sniper down we've had all day. Because nobody uses snipers.
It's mobile. You have the aim assist, so you don't really need the bonus accuracy of a sniper. Yeah. And when it comes to doing damage, you need the DPS over time. A sniper's only good when you can one-tap someone, which on this game, the mobile version of PUBG, incredibly rare to get that shot off. Not only because it's...
If you're me on the regular version of PUBG.
When I play PUBG, I am only sniper. I love sniping with PUBG. It just feels so right. So yeah, but when I'm playing on... I pick up snipers when I'm playing mobile. And that's why I'm not pro.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, NIGMA Galaxy is, and they just hit that shot. What is Elise doing? Is someone around them? No, we switched to Van Kid too early, so we didn't see the map develop. But nobody's around Elise.
What the Ghost just he just was falling through the map.
PUBG Mobile mode when you rotate. And there's Van Kid getting downed. Oh no. This is why we can't have nice things. Why are you isolated from your team with no car, and you've just been finished by a DBS? How's that feel?
To get finished by a DBS? I mean, probably pretty bad.
Great. NIGMA Galaxy also just got... Did they go back? Why did NIGMA Galaxy go back to El Pozo? What was the thought process there? Oh yeah, we lost a player. We don't have the weapons we need. But we have a Car 98 on a mobile game. Let's go use that and get down anyway. Lord is dead. NIGMA Galaxy's down to 2 members. And I'll remind you, NIGMA Galaxy need minimum, I will say minimum 15 points. And that is presuming that both Conquer Iraq and or RTG do not get any points. And that is significantly unlikely for at least Conquer Iraq. RTG has already happened twice today, so maybe not the most outlandish thing.
RTG, though, they're not starting off strong. They haven't actually found any real kills, but their loot is
They're alive.
pretty quantifiable. They're
That's
alive.
what matters.
They do have to get, I would say, at least 8 points to get into the top 5 and stay there. And that is assuming that no one gets a 20 kill game or like a massive upset. So with the average, as long as they get 8, they stay in the game. So that's just placements.
4.
You say 4?
I'd say if they get to 40, if any team hits 40, they're okay. Like Knights and Virus can be okay right now. Barring, like you said, a miracle or one team stepping out, like R9 or One King, I think they should be fine. Guts and Glory, again, getting involved in early fights. They need to, as of right now. They sit at 20 points, technically 22 if you count the 2 points that Zypha picked up earlier. But nading your own teammate, not the greatest of ideas. Memories ends up picking up 2 kills and a team kill. I suppose they'll take it. And they're down to 2 members. So
wow.
24 is now the total for Guts and Glory. But Clear Vision is well aware of their position.
Yeah, Clear Vision, one of the teams that is not doing too hot, is going to be using their placements to just do some damage. 0 eliminations, lost Van Kid, as you called it out in the open. But wait a minute. These guys are greedy for kills. And they want to find Vito. Yep.
Up.
That's a
There
free
they
one.
are. Greedy for Kills is not a team that is currently in the conversation. They'd need minimum 21 points. That is a 10-point victory plus an 11-point kill, or 11 kill point game. And they're currently close range with Clear Vision. 2 players already downed. A third is low. And Clear Vision already lost a member earlier. Ghost is the last one alive, and just like that, they're all dispatched of. Greedy for Kills already has 4. 2 separate teams that need a heck of a lot of points already have 2 full team wipes. As Clear Vision exit early, as does 9K in dead last place.
Let's see it.
By the way, that also means that both 9K and Clear Vision are 100% eliminated.
Oh, yeah, I already knew that. But I just think it's what I was disappointed in. If you are the 2 players at the bottom, all right, your goal should be mess the people up that are in front of you. Just to make it, throw the monkey wrench in the cogs. Break the machine.
Maybe Triple Esports has something to say?
Oh, will that be for
25-point
first?
game. They need placement points for the first time today. I'm not holding my breath on that one. Oh, but I like this. Greedy for Kills living up to their name. They are hunting down Guts and Glory, and they need to. That nade almost killed Alush. They held it for too long. Somehow it doesn't. What? That exploded at his feet. Unless it exploded in the building, in which case he's a very lucky boy, but at the end of the day, it's just a W key or a left thumb hold forward, and it works. Greedy for Kills find 2 more. They're up to 6, and 20 points total. As it stands, they're in a much better position. NIGMA Galaxy, not so much. They are down in 13th place. They are also mathematically eliminated. Guts and Glory, Clear Vision, 9K, NIGMA Galaxy, all done and dusted.
Wow. Well, they're not going to be able to move in here, and that could be a bit of a problem, but that just makes it so RTG has a lot less competition. So what was our top 5 seemingly hasn't really been impacted yet. With the elimination of 4 teams, not a single team from the top 5 has had to really care. Because they're not getting kills, nor are they being killed.
Yeah, you're also looking at a couple of these teams and saying, what is happening to them? How are they leaving so early? Where are they being caught out from? Notably enough, Guts and Glory there. They had a great opportunity, but they only had 2 players alive. The overcommitment to that single team really ended up costing them. And I'm saying it, you're probably looking at 1 King or ONYX. It's really just 1 King or R9 that can displace the top 5.
Yeah, on a skill level. RD Winky is getting counter shot, and RD talked about them being one of those teams that is very close to breaking into the top 5 currently. I believe 6th overall score.
R9 is the 6th place. RD
R9 is?
RD has.
Oh yeah,
10 points.
they're 14th.
Yeah.
Never mind. I lied. Well, RD, good luck then. You'll need it.
Yeah, this would need to be a 15 kill winner chicken dinner minimum for Red Death, and that is presuming that Conquer Iraq do not pick up any more points, period. They'd also have to win the tiebreaker there, and as of right now, Conquer Iraq has 13 placement points. On the other side of things, Red Death has 3. So they would actually be tied on placement points. I don't know how the tiebreaker happens after that. We had this happen the last Invitational Qualifier, I think, or the last Open Qualifier. I think it was RTG who were displaced because of a direct tiebreaker, but it ended up not mattering because they made it anyway. But it was almost bad. We'll say that.
Yeah, I could vibe with that idea. But what I'm not going to vibe with is if RTG goes into less than 40 players remaining with 0 kills. They're going for placements. They just want to place. And I feel like that's a little disappointing, knowing that how powerful they are on this map, for them to take the easy way out, is how I would describe it. But looking at RTG, Tosca, they spot the players, but instead of shooting, trigger discipline to wait for these players to get into their line of sight. And there it is, finally! Let's see what he does.
Only damage.
Oh my god, how is that player still standing? Come on, finish him off.
I don't think you can see him. What's happening is the rest of that mountain is not rendering, so we see them. However, Tosca, their phone functions better than ours, and it seems like they will not be able to get away with that kill. That is so close yet so far for RTG. And remember, they are not safe. Them and Conquer Iraq are the 2 teams that could most likely end up using the most points. The teams on the outside of things that are still alive, at least, H2E, Triple Esports, Greedy for Kills, ONYX Ravens, all of them are still in this conversation. I say that as Greedy for Kills has just lost a member, and they're at least downed right now. Who is near them? What is that team's? That's 51. Hamady has just seen him. Spray down. Dulcie, well aware of Hamady's position, taking advantage of the third-person perspective, but will they go for the kill? That's the question. The nade, that's the answer. Both players throw in a nade, and Dulcie's does significantly more damage. Close range, their one shot will do more than enough. But 51 has just 1 member left alive. Dulcie needs as many points as he can find because both Virus and Knight's team are in the hunt for that first place. That is a direct entrance to Grand Finals.
Well, let's see it. Can Dulce bring their team to the top, the tippity tap of the Arena Esports PUBG scene? Or will he be tippity tapped by 1 King who's right above him? Looks like we do see Shaho. Clean nade might be able to finish off, and will finish off. Greedy for Kills now down. I believe that is an eliminated team. I could be wrong. No, not yet. Not quite. 1 left, hiding in some angle, but with 11 teams remaining. 5 team eliminations for 1 King. They are on a real grind to try to shut out some of these other teams.
Belush being seen.
Never mind.
Yeah, they will not live all that long. They won't even find a kill. Greedy for Kills also mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. Top 5 is the threshold. As of right now, it sits at a floor of 35 points with Conquer Iraq. We had, I believe, 1 more team to the you cannot make it pile. 51, I also think they just lost Dulce in 12th place. I didn't 100%
11th
see
place. It was 11th place, I believe. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe they're still. Are they still alive? Oh, they could be. We
I
might
would
just.
presume
Sometimes
they're dead until I see them. because I think
That's
they
a
died to
great strategy.
Yep.
Yeah. RTG doesn't have any kills, so they definitely didn't.
One king, sorry. Yep. Different
Okay.
shade of pink.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I thought I was the colorblind one.
Depends on the day.
Listen, if I had a rotating schedule as to what colors I can see, my life would be a constant rave. But let's see if they are going to be able to get at least one. They still have 4 players still standing. They are taking a very passive approach here.
Honestly, I like it. Go for placement points. You only need a few if you want to be safe. I think the threshold anywhere from 4 to 8, as we brought it up, they'd be okay with a top 5 placement, couple kills, and you're okay. They just know they need a top 5 finish, and there's really only 2 teams that can do it.
Yeah, where is Virus?
They have done, from what I've seen in the kill feed, quite literally nothing. And honestly, for them,
where
that is
are they?
Okay. Second place.
Not in second place. Where are they on the map? I haven't seen them.
Narnia.
Or Observer hasn't seen them at all. I don't know. Maybe they got eliminated because I haven't seen them at all.
No, they haven't been eliminated. That I know.
Okay.
I've got a tally.
Well, they haven't shown up.
Knights.
So this is Knights.
Get eliminated. Conquer Iraq. This is a much more important fight for Conquer Iraq than it is for the Knights. A micro Uzi reloaded close range. I think Conquer Iraq's down to just 2 members, while Knights are still sitting at 3.5 with a player down. Nade being prepped. That one misses, and I think it was a cooked nade. That may drop at D7's feet. I don't know if they'll survive that. They luckily will at the end of the day, but it's not really going to matter. Elsewhere, R9 are hunting down RTG, and this is a massive fight for both teams. If RTG doesn't get any points this game, I don't know if they'll have enough points to walk away from in this series. H2E will lose a member. They'll find at least a down, and Knights will finish off most of Conquer Iraq, but they'll find kills back the other way. Conquer Iraq is still in that fight with Knights. What is going on?
I see Virus. They finally showed up. They've been on the outskirts the entire time. Like, finally jumped out. Look at that damage.
Ooh.
Keeping it going. Oh, nice shot. Not sure how that connected, but... Pixel, perfect! What a pickup from behind. Nice. And wait, RTG's still alive. They're able to do it. But Virus, they've come from wherever they've been hiding, and they just downed a player. They're doing the cleanup crew option.
No, the question is, who placed 10th? I think it was Red Death, unless they're still alive. RTG has just lost Tosca in the process. This is to H2E at the same point. R9 is fighting H2E, and H2E has just been dispatched of. There's some points for both R9 and RTG. So, more teams dying at different points, and still that battle for 3rd and 4th heavily on.
All Virus needs to do is get past 8th place, and they get 1st. With the kill that they just got, with the fact that 51 only had 2 kills to their name and doesn't get any placement points, all that you need to do if you want to get 1st place as Virus is get into top 6. I believe. I could be wrong, because they've already gotten a kill. Wait, Triple's still alive.
That doesn't matter. There's not enough kills.
No, it does, because they can stop other people.
Oh, yes.
From getting points.
For them,
that's the main problem.
For others, it does.
Exactly.
Yep. So, in the threshold of who is out, H2E is added to that conversation. They are mathematically eliminated. Red Death, I believe, is eliminated as well. Triple Esports, you're talking about them. They just dropped out a member of Knights. Well, yes, yeah. Knights is not really susceptible to being eliminated from the top 5. They're still in contention for a 1st place position. If they lose that same amount of members, well, they're significantly more susceptible. One King also somewhat in the conversation. They could be there, but it requires them to have a heavy amount of placement points and still find a couple kills. As the Knights are down to just 2, with 1 down, I don't think Yasser's going to be revived that death timer much quicker the second time around.
Yeah, and looking at this, we still have R9's members okay, but this is the final player of Conqueror Iraq.
Yeah.
Reba. Needing to make it through. 1 elimination, though, for this player. Obviously, still going to be in the 5. I don't even think that Conqueror Iraq at this point can really compete to get 1st place. I don't think that's possible, so they're just going for... It's a money difference. 150 versus 300.
Well, One King's eliminated. They're also mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. Another team to add to the tally of teams that are gone, unfortunately.
And that's R9 getting the kill. So that's R9 getting closer and closer to kicking out RTG because they're the ones getting the kills.
Oh, and R9 has all 4 members. I only saw 2 of them close range. It turns out they
they just knocked down.
I
just
thought
knocked
they
down
had
an
much
RTG.
more. This is RTG. This is the last member of RTG. This could be their playoff hopes gone, depending on how well CONQUEROR Iraq does. And R9 knows it. They are hunting this kill down. Tosca cannot live if R9 wants to make it in the playoffs, and they are well aware of it. Shotgun out. Close range for both players. The Spaz may be better. It won't be, though. Tosca finds the down, but will not be able to find the direct elimination, and Senior should be able to be retrieved. Vaz going to hunt it down. Still wants the kill if he can find it, and there's the swing. Tosca actually drops Shahan. I don't know how Roshan dies there. It will be RTG down. They will not find any extra kills. It will come down to very narrow tallies, but R9 will qualify. It comes down to whether RTG can beat CONQUEROR Iraq. It also comes down to CONQUEROR Iraq's placement points.
Well, CONQUEROR Iraq just managed to get higher placement points because they're still alive.
They're still alive.
Because they're down. That one player is keeping them alive, but there it is. Virus able to grab another player down from Triple D, but 2 are still, no, 1 still remaining. R9 knows what they're doing. This is a pinch on them, and there's 1 player in this rubble needing to make it up, and there it is. Virus one shot takes out Emad. Actually, you're seeing a big pickup though. Virus one shot now down, but not out. Look at this guy. It's just Bandar using a band-aid, keeping himself up.
Wait,
but R9 Senior.
That's CONQUEROR Iraq. Hold up. Why are they out in the open? Reba, run! Naki, run! You can't afford to die. What is going on? Also, confirmation.
Oh my.
51 did die in 12th place, so they will finish with like 47 points or something like that. So there's your threshold for first place as it stands.
Okay. So they need 47 points. How close is Virus? Because Virus is the other team vying for this.
Virus, it depends on their kill total. They started this game at 40. With placement points alone, they'd have an extra 2. So they'd be minimum 42 plus however many kills they have. R9 are in a similar boat. However, they came into this game with 30. They have 37 plus 2 placement points, 39. So they're 6 off, or 8 off of first place. And which is more than reasonable considering they have 3 players alive, they have good loot, they're in a good position. All in all,
one
this is
first
a very
place
good
is the
game
limit.
for 3 teams.
Yeah, this is so close. It's why I love the way that Battle Royales structure their tournaments.
Oh yeah,
it's very interesting to watch. But wait, Knights still alive. Knights is still on top of that mountain, trying to also go for first. Yeah, but it's just 1 person.
Yeah,
I think it's just Salah. Wait, no, it's 3 players. 3 players: Divine, Salah, and Saad, all still up.
Yep.
So with 5 kills to their name, they are getting a decent amount of points as well. But nice shots from Divine.
Hello.
Why would you need a sniper when you can do this?
Yeah, no kidding. They're overrated.
Yeah, that's a kill.
Wow. Knights team down to just CR77 at this point. And he's low HP. I don't know if they'll survive this. No, they'll just barely get off the... They're inside the blue zone. That's why they're taking so much damage. They're trying to hide behind a very narrow cliff inside the blue and heal themselves a narrow amount so Divine will stop looking at them. But Divine is ever so intently looking for that single kill point. ONYX Ravens, by the way, still in the conversation. Again, about 27, 20 points, something along those lines required for them. CR77 will die to the blue zone. So Knights will exit in 6th place.
Wow. I got a question for you, number man. How many points do they need to get into 5th? Who is locking 5th
ONYX
behind?
Ravens?
ONYX Ravens is locking it?
No. It's either R9, CONQUEROR Iraq, or RTG. That's who's in 5th place right now. It's probably either CONQUEROR Iraq or RTG, because I think CONQUEROR Iraq still has that 1 member alive, so that's an extra placement point for them.
R9 has 3 people alive, though.
Yeah, but R9 has already surpassed both CONQUEROR Iraq and RTG. I'm saying they will probably pick up 4th place, if not better, depending on Knights and Virus.
Gotcha.
But it comes down to CONQUEROR Iraq or RTG, and placement points versus kill points for the last member of CONQUEROR Iraq, who I believe has just been seen by Divine. Yeah,
Divine's high ground has been ideal. Now that they've given it up to try to go close quarter combat, just got a frying pan. Watch out. So I think he was going for a nade and accidentally.
Imagine that lands. Reba.
No, it's a little bit too far.
So, teams remaining. You have Virus, Triple Esports, ONYX Ravens, I was about to say ONYX Ravens. They're down in 5th. I don't know with how many kills though. So that's, or sorry, not ONYX Ravens. Triple Esports is down in 5th. No, CONQUEROR Iraq. That third time's the charm. CONQUEROR Iraq down in 5th. There we go. Triple Esports has 1 member alive. R9 has 3. ONYX Ravens has 3. As does Virus. No, Virus has 4. So this is a more than reasonable game to go more than likely Virus's way. They would pick up a first place victory with it if they win.
What graphics settings do you have to know to shoot there? Some good gameplay, but
Turn
looking
off
at Virus,
foliage.
Virus is
off.
up 4 players. Virus is 50% of the lobby right now in 4 teams.
They're getting a decent bit of forward control as well. They have, what, ONYX Ravens off to their right, R9 directly in front, and the last member of Triple Esports off to their left. They control 50% of the zone, with about 33% of the lobby in their favor. But does ONYX Ravens know that this left side is so heavily occupied? That's the question. Because ONYX Ravens could really throw a spanner in this works. And again, they have a reasonable shot at qualifying. But as of right now, they're sitting at 23 points plus placement, which would be up to 3, so 26. They would need the win and a heck of a lot of points, but R9 has just stolen the last member of Triple Esports. They'll go down in 4th. They're also mathematically eliminated.
Oh no. And this is it. This is Roshan. Time to shine. R9. They have the angle, but R9 just lost Vaz. Now it's a 2v. Oh.
ONYX Ravens need every single one of these last kills if they want to qualify, and they've just found a finish on to 2 separate players. Make it almost 3. No, but they'll lose a member of their own. This is still more than reasonable for them to pick up, though, because of the fact they have the center of the zone. The issue is they're also in the center of the zone.
Let's see it now. If they are good enough, we got nades. Divine's down. 2 players remaining. It's going to be R9 versus Virus. Virus vying for first place with R9. This is where they want to be. Both teams have a decent shot. All they need is the 10-point advantage. The Virus, I believe, is at a slightly higher advantage here. They just don't have as many kills in team eliminations.
Yeah. It's the player advantage versus the positional advantage from earlier. And Virus with the nades starting to rain them in. Damage done. Down goes Senior. Roshan is left alone. Nade just went in. It should go a little long. It doesn't even land on Roshan. The spray should still do more than enough. The spray will do a decent bit, and the DBS from distance somehow doesn't land. Buckshot, not that useful. Can't throw pans, at least not that easily, but will it land to close it? No, Roshan is sitting behind a drop, and he's actually found a down onto Levo. So this could be a reasonable 1v2 if they give him the opportunity, because he has healed himself, and he should have just seen one shot. But one shot, now duly aware of his position, should be able to spray him down as soon as he walks away, and with the zone closing the next 20 seconds, that may very well do it.
Roshan just, okay, with the Naid finishing him off. This is it. Roshan did this in game 1. Roshan clutched a 1v3 last time. This could be it. So,
the nades.
Virus, you cannot lose this. You want to take it. This is for grand finals, but the Molly's going to scare him out of the corner. Great find, and that should be it. What a play. But who gets first? Who's on second? And what's on third? Virus will be taking another victory for themselves. Their second win today.
That should be Virus winning it as well. 10 points alone would put them at 50, plus however many kill points they had. If I've done my math correctly, they're up at 7. So they'll finish with 57 points. Minimum.
That's 10 over. 10 over first.
51 wasn't anywhere near that, nor should Knight's team have been. RTG will be lucky if they qualify with the extra placement points of CONQUEROR Iraq. The 2 conversations are who gets 2nd place for money and who gets 5th place to qualify, because R9 should have locked in a very comfortable 3rd. 51 should still have 2nd on the cards. I think this is a more than reasonable assumption to say it is Knights in, R9 in, Virus in, 51 squad in, and RTG versus CONQUEROR Iraq for 5th place.
Okay. You know, you've got numbers right next to you, so I believe you in what you're saying. Now, the real question is, how did we get here? Looking back on these 5 games, looking back on the streak, consistency talking, 51, one of the most consistent teams. They do qualify, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, easily qualify. Now, another question I had is, did we expect R9 to make this kind of recovery? Because I thought that they really fell off, but they only needed 2 games like that, and they managed to get 2 games like that. So, overall, are you shocked by anything after the way that this developed, or did anything really shut you down? Like, I think RTG in game 3 dropped the ball.
Yeah, RTG really in all the games but game 2 dropped the ball. They will finish with, again, if I've done my math correctly, which I'm going to presume I did, they'll finish with maybe 38 points at the end of the day, possibly 39, if not 40 if they're lucky. They had 30 in one game. So in 4 games, they averaged 2.5 per game. They had 4 in game 1. In game number 4, they picked up 2. Here in game number 5, they may pick up to 4, but they'll be lucky if that's the case. Conquer Iraq was a very consistent team. They weren't an outshowing squad, nor were they a squad that we said, oh, why did they not perform in that individual case? They averaged 8, 9, 10 points a game, more than okay for them. I'm saying on one side, 51 squad is probably my favorite team from this because they were the most consistent, barring maybe game numbers 4 and 5. So they won't pick up first place. That's a guarantee, but it'll come down to that later on. And as we take a look at our highlights, it comes down to who wins at the end of the day. Scoreboard's soon to come, but we can see 51 close but no cigar for their first place.
Yeah, but making it a playoffs, they still are walking away with a decent chunk of change. If we talk about that prize pool and we talk about how this real breakdown comes in for us today, I gotta say, did not expect, some of the teams that we had hyped up early on, like Triple, like NIGMA Gaming. I think we really did miss out on their best gameplay, and that's understandable. That happens to the best of us, but at the end of the day, it's about how you competed today, not how you competed yesterday or the week before or 8 years ago. It's right now. And this team right now, Virus, I think deserved their comeback. They took the last 3 games by storm and managed to get all the way to a potential and almost guaranteed first place. So beautiful job there. I do want to shout out Roshan though. Dude knows how to live.
Yeah. This Molly was really the difference maker there. Was it that Molly? Yes, it was that Molly.
And the funny thing, One Shot probably got a call out from his teammate that was killed. That, hey, there's a Molly on my body. That's communication that wanted. That single thing. It's like, hey, pick up my gun. Because you watch him go over to the box, find a Molly, and then use it to win.
Yep. I said it when he walked over the box. I said, oh, the nades. And he picks up a Molly. I thought he was going to pick up a grenade, but he picks up the Molly. And if you sit in the Molly, you're going to die. If you don't, you're going to die. It's really 6 and 1/2 dozen. The other one is confirmed by fire. The other one is trial by a lack of fire. And he ends up walking away with at least a kill to give R9 an extra shot at picking up second place. My guesstimation, of course, I don't have current kill totals all tallied up, but I do have placement points. I do think Virus will win it. 51 squad second. R9 a fairly close third. Knights team 4th just narrowly. They probably should have picked it up, but they didn't in terms of 3rd place. And I think Conqueror Iraq will win it just because they had more placement points. It'll come down to how many kills RTG had, which I don't have the number. That's the real conversation point of this. Will they qualify with enough kills? They did have a 1-point buffer. And if I'm doing my math correctly, coming out of game number 4, they did not have the placement point lead. So Conqueror Iraq will win if there's a tie. That is a 100% confirmation. If there's a tie, Conqueror Iraq will win. Because not only did they place higher in this game, they had more placement points going into this game. But it comes down to whether Conqueror Iraq had the kills and whether those placement points were enough to bring them over the hill.
I believe they were eliminated in 4th place in this one. I could be wrong about that.
They were eliminated in 5th.
5th place. Okay.
Got 4th.
Yeah, just Triple barely survived.
Will it be that singular point?
That single point can really mess with them. And as I said, it's those teams that were at the bottom of the barrel that are able to survive that long that take the slot. They've taken points from Conqueror Iraq. They're not going to use anything with those points. It's just straight up gone in the burner. But honestly, I can't wait to see how this is going to go forward. But let's, again, hopefully see when we're ready for our champions to be crowned for our monthly Q4 scoreboard coming up right here.
Our first scoreboard. This is
first scoreboard.
Game number. Nope. This
is
Did R9 get more points than Virus in that game? Wait a second. R9 may have just beaten 59.
Whoa. But didn't they start at a lower level?
Wrong. It's not Erangel. This is Miramar.
Yeah, this is Miramar. Conqueror Rock, though, only walking with 4. Triple Esports, they really just took placement points from Conqueror Rock, but the placement points 3 versus 4 is pretty large. Scoreboard on the other side of things, what we kind of expected for them coming up, except for 51 Squad. I thought that they got placement points, but apparently they got eliminated in 12th. So, but only 1 kill.
RTG only had 3.
They needed 4.
39. I said they needed 4 to be comfortable. I think I'm going to stand by that. I think Conqueror Rock will indeed take 5th place. Virus Esports are your monthly qualifier champions. They will go straight to the grand finals. They will join Falcons White, 141, and Nasser as your 4 teams who will surpass the playoffs and not have to sit through that 32-team bout. But I gotta say here, it's going to come down to 1 or 2 points. I'm going to be honest. I think Conqueror Iraq have it. I think they're going to finish with 40. It'll come down to that 5th position. Conqueror Iraq will take it with placement point tiebreakers. RTG in the mud.
RTG, they just needed, I said they needed 4. You said they needed 4. And they needed 4. They needed 4. Unfortunate. Well, I do want to say 51 Squad, even though they didn't do too hot in that last 2 game, they earned it. Consistency over, like, they had the most kills, 30 kills. Placement points as well, they did heftily. They did as many placement points as Conqueror Rock. So on a consistency basis, outside of Virus Esports for dominating in their placements, look at that, 28 placement points, 9 more than the people in second. They knew how to take the cake. So great last 3 rounds from Virus Esports that just won them the game.
Yeah, and R9 ended up taking 2nd place away. Knights ended up taking 3rd. 51 Squad, I thought they got 2 kills in that game. Apparently they only got 1. Feels bad, man.
Apparently. Yeah, they could have gotten 3rd, and that would have been a whole prize pool difference.
About $100.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah, that is a whole video game, like the premium version of a video game.
Yeah, you could buy the real PUBG. Actually, it's free to play now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the second half of the scoreboard. This doesn't matter as much, however, it is important. These are the players who are just outside of that money, and feels bad for Guts and Glory. They were close multiple times over, so were greedy for kills, honestly, but just could not send it home.
Yeah, it's disappointing to not see these players go, but as we do at the end of everything, we say thank you guys for competing and for chat to point and laugh. But honestly, really fun to watch these guys try their best. I do want to say 9K Esports and Team 2HE, I think that the main reason that, like, I don't know much about how they even played, because I don't think our observer followed their gameplay nearly at all. Like, I don't remember watching Team H2E during any fight. But there's 16 teams, so it makes sense. But still, do you remember any moments that they had?
No. I mean, there were a couple teams that we just didn't see on a couple of these occasions.
Like, Clear we saw in game 1 for a little bit, and they got eliminated, and that was the last time we actually spectated them.
Yeah, but I mean, Clear Vision. Here's how they placed. Would you like to take a guess as to how they placed in each individual game? This is placement points, not kill points. You ready? 16th, 5th, 11th, 15th, and 15th again.
Wow.
They placed top 8 once, top 10 once, top 12 twice, and 15th or 16th on 3 separate occasions. At
least they showed up, though. That's some people don't know how to do that.
They were certainly in the lobby.
They were. They definitely fell out of that plane. I don't know if they parachuted out, but they fell out of the plane. Good effort there. But honestly, good effort. You guys got in the sky before falling straight out of it. Great competition. We needed you. Here's the thing about it. There's always going to be someone in last place.
Yeah.
And here's the prize pool. So congratulations to. Yeah, no difference. Okay. Never mind a prize pool. You guys have a photograph from memory, right? Cool. So now grand finals, yay! Virus moves on. Monthly qualifiers Q4 is done, and playoffs is going to be sending a ton of teams, all 4 of the remainders.
You ready for the teams that we will send to the playoffs and to the grand finals? I have every single one of them pulled up next to me.
Oh, yay!
So,
I would love to have that information.
Okay. So, Virus will join Nasser, they will join Falcons White, and they will join 141 in the grand finals. But we sent 4 teams from each individual monthly qualifier. From this monthly qualifier, it was R9, it was 51 squad, R9, Knights team, and Conqueror Iraq. Those 4 will go to the playoffs. From here, from monthly finals 3, it will be R8 Esports, alongside R9, ironically enough, VTR, GK, and Alpha 7. From monthly final 2, it'll be Ruck, RUKH Esports, Vision Esports, not Clear Vision Esports, Slime Machine, and 7th Element. And then from our first monthly final, if you forgot any of these players, you better remember them in a couple weeks' time. Next X Esports, Brute Force, Black Cobra, and Gangsters Esports. NIGMA Galaxy were on the precipice on 2 or 3 separate occasions. RTG were 2 points away on 2 separate occasions. And here, they were a singular point from qualifying the playoffs. Honestly, they were technically 0 points away from qualifying to the playoffs. It was a tiebreaker scenario that ended up being their undoing. And that is what hurts at the end of the day. Placement points were their undoing, and Conqueror Iraq will conquer RTG.
Nice. Well, I will say there is going to be now 3 more tournaments to get into, or 2 more, actually 3 more tournaments entirely until we're done with PUBG Mobile. 1 last chance qualifier, 1 playoff, and then the grand finals LAN event where we're going to be watching these players use their thumbs to beat each other up. So with that in mind, it has been a very interesting game to watch. PUBG Mobile, it varied in the skill level that we saw. And, you know, as we said, some people came out of the plane swinging. Some people just came out of the plane. So great job for everybody. I think that is all that we have. So let's take a special time to shout out and thank our strategic partner, AD Gaming, our broadcast partner, Playtonia, and of course, we can't do anything unless we were powered and plugged in, thanks to Etisalat by E&. So thanks again for all of our sponsors. Thanks to Time to Light for joining me. And also shout out to Darkter for being our producer. And honestly, it's been nice to be here.
canvas on the surface I look fine. My brain feels heavy, my traumatized mind. And I'm so tired, I can't feel my eyes. Whoa, whoa. I'm petty, but I know how to lie. I feel feelings that I can't describe. I'm not breathing, but